Hello, everybody. My name is Captain Noodles, and welcome to something I don't normally do. I don't normally do voiceovers for videos like this. I don't normally do videos like this to begin with. I'm going to be doing a 100% achievement run on the Mass Effect Legendary Edition games. I've started off with the first game, obviously. I've never played this game, so I didn't know really what I was getting into when I started this game. I've played 2 and 3 a bunch when I was growing up, so I have very vague memories of those, but playing 2 or playing the first one is going to be a brand new experience for me, and it was fun. I did enjoy it, but I'll go more into that later. So with that, let's get the challenge started. So on day 1, we made our character, did all the selections with his background and history, and apparently they bring that up a lot in the game, which I did not realize was gonna be a part of the game. But after the creation, we watch a bunch of cutscenes, and then we are tasked with going to the communication room to speak with the human captain of our ship, the Normandy, and a Turian Spectre named Nihilus. They tell me that our mission is not from what we actually think it is, but it is in fact to head to Eden Prime to pick up an alien beacon from an extinct race known as the Protheans. But as we're on our way to said planet, we receive a distress beacon from the human colonists on said planet. Now, since this is my first time playing the game, once we landed and actually got hands-on, I struggled a little bit to figure out why I couldn't revive a very clearly scripted death, I remember, whose name I didn't get the reference to until someone in chat pointed it out. But as we progress, we meet our first comrade who will be joining our team, Ashley. She's a human, and she is a potential love interest in this game. We run into her as she is cornered fighting these strange robotic-like creatures that we will learn to be the Geth, a race that we have not seen in over 200 years. We clear them out and she joins us as we continue further into the tutorial level. As we continue to go out, we find where the Prothean beacon should have been. It was no longer there, so we assume it was moved either via us or the aliens that seem to be looking for it. As we head further into the level, we do find some weird human hybrid robot gross looking things that are called husks, and we unfortunately do have to put these people down as they are trying to kill us. After we cleared out this camp, we found 2 survivors who tell us that the beacon was moved earlier because it was getting ready to be transported, as we were initially coming here to pick it up to bring to the council. After we finish talking to them, we head out a bit and we get met with a cutscene. Nihilus from earlier is investigating because he went further on ahead, and while he's investigating, he finds a fellow Spectre and friend, as well as a fellow Turian named Saren. Nihilus was at first confused as to why he was here, rightfully so, as there was no real reason for him to be here. My first impression of Saren was, I don't really trust this guy, and I was quickly proven right to not do that, as Nihilus turned around because he lowered his guard. He gets shot in the back. Bye-bye, Nihilus. You will be missed. Right afterwards, we clear out some more husks and more Geth, and we find the unfortunate remains of Nihilus. Thankfully, there was still a human left as he was taking a nap, and that was what evidently saved him from being turned into a husk. He told us what went down, and that this is all Saren's doing, and which way that he went. So, determined to avenge Nihilus and get that beacon, we treaded forward, clearing wave after wave of Geths, disarming bombs as Saren set to destroy the colony. We eventually find a beacon, and then it begins to emit a strange green light. Ashley at first gets curious by it, but we push her out of the way and then proceed to get flooded with strange visions. And then unfortunately the beacon explodes, but then we pass out, and it fades to black. We're then greeted with a cutscene of Saren and another individual known only to us via the subtitles as the Matriarch. She informs Saren that we used the beacon, and he was very much not happy to hear that. He starts throwing stuff around and telling the Matriarch that I must be dealt with. We then wake back up on our ship talking to the doctor as well as Captain Anderson. We tell him what went down and learn that Ashley will officially be joining our crew, and that the council is going to want answers as to how this all went down. We talk with our crewmates looking for a bit of lore and stuff that we can find around the ship. We decide to talk to Joker, our pilot, and land at the Citadel. And the game crashed my entire computer for some reason. This was thankfully the only time this happened. But after we finished loading back up and going through talking to the crewmates and getting the lore, we try again and we're successful. We land on the Citadel. We begin to see an argument between our human ambassador, Udina, and the council about how nothing's being done about the attack on the human colony. The council consists of, as of now, an Asari named Tavos, a Solarian named Valum, and a Turian named Sparatus. I might be pronouncing that name wrong, but oh well. As well as nothing being done about Saren, but that will be discussed at the actual meeting after an investigation is finished. The ambassador, captain, and I all discuss how our mission was a failure and that we better hope the investigation shows that it was in fact Saren's fault. We're then given access to roam the Citadel. We quickly begin to find one of many side missions. We speak with an Elcor diplomat named Zelton, who is at first reluctant to talk to us, but eventually tells us he's here to complain about a consort named Shaira. He claims that she compromised his authority but won't tell us more. We agree to help out and set out on our ways wandering around the Citadel. We speak with a receptionist as well as a strange AI system on our way around, but nothing of note. We do some more roaming around until eventually we find a quick travel station that leads up to where the consort should be. We speak with Naina, another Asari, who tells us the consort is pretty booked up and can't see us for months. But surprise, surprise, as soon as we decide we're going to leave, the Asari gets a call from Shaira telling us that she wants to speak with us. She tells us that a friend of hers, Septimus, a retired Turian general, is spreading lies about her and would like us to speak with him as a fellow soldier. She, for some reason, does get really oddly close to us when she says she'd be very grateful for the help. So, as the outstanding citizen that I am, of course, who am I not to help a lady in need? So we set out looking for more of these side quests that we get. We do get a bit lost and decide to just travel to the main quest area, the Citadel Tower. We're meeting with a cutscene with two Turians discussing the investigation and how it showed nothing. Garrus asks Executor Palin to stall for more time, but he isn't having it and tells him to quit on the investigation. We do have a quick word with Garrus before heading up to meet the council face to face. Do remember Garrus because he will be coming back later and he will be quite important. The council does tell us that the investigation came up with nothing to support our claim that Saren is blamed for our mission failing and the death of Nihilus. We see some clear tension between our captain and Saren, like they have some history together. We also see that the council is not too fond of humans, and they don't think we are ready to be a part of the council, let alone the Spectres. The meeting is adjourned and we are sent off to go find more evidence on Saren to show the council. We do learn that Captain Anderson and Saren went on a mission together a long time ago and it went horribly wrong, with Anderson taking the majority of the blame, but we will learn more about this later. But for now, we're headed to a club called Chlor's Den, where we were told we could find somebody who might be able to help us find Garrus, the Taurian that we were talking with earlier and who was the lead investigator on the Saren case. But turns out we had to come down here anyway to go speak with the Turian general, Septimus. So, two birds, one stone, I guess. We get down there and immediately confronted by two assassins who we assume are working for Saren. We quickly dispatch them and continue throughout the club. I do hide the screen for a quick minute just to make sure nothing is being shown because I've never played this game before and I'd really not like to get the game demonetized or just banned because some nice alien titties are being shown. After making sure the coast is clear, we are met with a cutscene between two Krogans, one named Rex, angrily trying to get a meeting with the owner of this club, Fist. The bouncer won't let him in. He kind of angrily walks past us and says nothing of note. The bouncer doesn't seem to let us either, so we just continue what we're here for. We settled the issue with Septimus, found our contact to help us find Garrus. We're also told that the captain might have been a Spectre as well, but we'll dig more into that later. We head out to complete that side mission, but end up running into another. We meet an adoring fan who really seems to like us and brings up more of our past. So I'm not an asshole. So of course I'm like, all right, we'll take a quick picture. And he really thinks his wife is gonna love this picture for some reason. We finish up the side mission with Zeltan and head out to find Garrus. After a little bit of miscommunication and going the wrong direction, we find him sneaking up on some thugs that are seemingly attacking a random helpless doctor. We help Garrus out, and wham bam bibbity bow, we have a new squad mate in our team, and you can bet your ass I put him on immediately. The doctor who was under attack tells us that a Quarian came by and was injured. She wouldn't tell her who did it, but does ask the doctor about the Shadow Broker. She said she had some information that she was willing to trade for a safe place to hide. Unknowingly, the doctor got her in contact with Fist, the club owner from earlier, as she thought he was an agent for the Shadow Broker, but that was no longer the case as Fist now works for Saren directly. The Shadow Broker wasn't too happy about that. Garrus concludes that this Quarian must have something Saren wants, something worth crossing the Shadow Broker to get. The doctor recalls the Quarian mentioning Geth, so we figure she must know something about Saren. So we have to find her quickly so that we can use this information to expose Saren. Garrus officially joins our crew, and we decide to go find Fist and the Quarian. But of course, we can't just simply go there right away. Or maybe we could. I don't know. I didn't really try. We had the option to go recruit that Krogan we saw earlier, Rex, so I quickly removed Caden from our party and replaced him with Garrus. I haven't really mentioned him that much because I don't really like him and was joyful to finally get him out of our party. With that, we headed out to find Rex. But before that, I forgot to tell the consort that everything was all settled, and we went and did that real quick. Those are some words of affirmation again, referencing how I selected the lone survivor at the beginning of the game. Now we go get Rex and add him to our party to remove Ashley. We head back to Chlora's den, but as we arrive, I see about 10 to 15 red dots on the minimap. So fighting ensues, and we just completely eliminate all of his men. We get our first Paragon and Renegade dialogue options. We were able to save the warehouse workers who decided that it'd be a good idea to fight the 3 people who just wiped out the rest of the crew. I walk in the Fist room and immediately got destroyed by the defense turret inside. So quick restart and successful on the second attempt. We get him surrender, but he claims he doesn't know where the Quarian is. Rex just wants to kill this guy, which is fair. He seems like a dirtbag. This is a common theme we will see whenever we have Rex in our party, but we'll deal with that later. This did say he set up a meeting with the Shadow Broker and Quarian, but it ended up just being a trap for her, and Saren's men would be there instead. We get to the location, and Rex swiftly finishes him off. We weren't really that disturbed, but oh well. He was a dirtbag, like I said. We do have to quickly get to this meeting point to save her. We get there, and we are greeted with a cutscene of the Quarian, now known as Tali Zora Nar Raya, or just Tali for short, meeting with an assassin Turian. We help out and gain us a new ally, who I can't go into details just yet, but let's remember her. Tali and my group meet back up with the ambassador and captain, and we let them know we have a new evidence to show that Saren is not who he says he is. We find out that Saren is looking for something called the Conduit. Nothing that we really know about, but it's potentially more Prothean technology, like the beacon we were sent to retrieve earlier. We also learned that Saren and his allies are hoping to aid in the return of the Reapers, a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. They were the cause of the extinction of the Protheans, but the Reapers then vanished. After deciding to go with the council with this information, Tali also officially joins our crew. I replace Garrus with her, and we head off to the council, but not without a quick side quest where man's looking to get the body of his wife who died on Eden Prime. We find out that the Alliance is keeping her body for scientific research, as they haven't really dealt with the Geth before, and her body, I assume, was mutated into one of those husks that we fought earlier. So he wasn't very happy about that, but we just finished the quest and it was over. So now it's time to go back to the main story. Finally, after all of this, the council believes us and revokes Saren of his Spectre status. We do find out who the other person speaking with Saren was. It's Matriarch Benenzia, another Asari, and a powerful one at that. We get tasked with looking for Saren ourselves, as we can't just send a fleet or army to look for him. We are given the status of Spectre and become the first human Spectre. Now it's time to hunt down Saren. We made our way to the docking bay to meet with the ambassador, and Captain one last time. We learned that the Captain is giving us the Normandy, the ship we've been using so far, as he's stepping down. More like he's being forced to step down. But we get a couple more missions for us to do before we leave, including finding our last crewmate and potential love interest in Asari named Liara Sisani, the daughter of the matriarch. We learn that the rest of the backstory between Anderson and Saren, and we're on our way to roam the galaxy and start the juicy parts of the game. Today, we only unlocked one achievement. However, we should have gotten two. The game decided to be buggy and not load the Eden Prime achievement. So that is something that has to be done on run number 2. On day 2, we loaded up the stream and got busy with looking for Liara. This did take us a couple seconds as I couldn't figure out how to zoom out on the space map because there wasn't a clear indicator on how to do that. But after figuring it out, we got to the right solar system, and then after checking every planet in the system, purely by choice obviously, we found the correct planet she was on and began the mission to find her. But before that, we did land on some uninhabited planets. And on some of those planets, we found some big worm-like creatures called thresher maws, and I could not for the life of me beat these things until like my third try. Both of the times I ended up fighting these guys. If we weren't investigating abandoned planets, we were just surveying them, which I will have to do a lot for some side missions. When we finally decided to land on the correct planet, we were met with Geth enemies who were no match for my Land Rover, the Mako. And I took full advantage of that as I drove through the level, clearing out enemies as they came, and eventually made my way to the dig site where we met Liara. She somehow got herself stuck in a force field-like state where she couldn't move, so my team and I had to figure out a way to get her out of there. We went down an elevator, fought some more enemies, and found a mining laser that just blasted a big hole in the ground. And gave us space to go ride another elevator to the machine that was holding her. Afterwards, we did have to fight some mercenaries that were sent by Saren trying to get Liara for themselves.
We don't have time to deal with this idiot. Charge!
I like your attitude.
And after quickly taking them out, we made our way off the planet, which was exploding because of the mining laser. It was starting to spew lava. But back on the Normandy, the crew talks with Liara about what she knows about the conduit. Somehow it's connected to the Prothean extinction. It would appear that this is a pattern where species rise up, become extremely powerful, and then just simply disappear without a trace. Afterwards, we do decide to go talk around with the crew, see how they're feeling about everything. I also went to go check up on Liara, since I 100% plan to romance her in this game. We went to a couple more unexplored planets, surveyed a few more, and the last thing we did was one final side mission and called it quits for the night. Today we unlocked one achievement. On day 3, it was a long day. We did a lot, and I mean a lot of stuff in this stream. We first decided to do some side missions where we got lost in doing those, and we just kept doing one after the other, and eventually we decided to make our way into a main mission that we had to do. So we went to Novaria. After a rude encounter with the planet's security, we made it to the main area of the planet where we met Gianna. She told us that the matriarch had been here and that she may still be here. We found an interesting looking alien that we met their species of back on the Citadel, asking us to smuggle a package out of the station using our position as a specter. Of course, as being the saint that we are, we said yes. Shortly after, we encountered an Asari asking us to talk to a businessman and hack his information for us. And of course, as being the well-respected individual that we are, we said yes. While I did fail this on my first attempt, I did reload and completed it successfully on a second run.
I don't know anything about
After doing this successfully, I made the Asari give us more money using our good boy points, and we continued on our way. We proceeded to meet a Turian, and we asked him for some information about the matriarch. He proceeds to give us another side mission in which he was working on getting dirt on the administrator of this outpost. But while doing so, he got locked out of his office and sent us to go retrieve the file off of his computer. While wandering around this part of the map, we met a Krogan who was actually the person we were smuggling this package out for. They offered us to just bring them the package for a higher pay rate, and after making our way to the office of the Turian from earlier, we kill some people and hack the information that we need. After we leave, we met with Gianna again, and she tells us she's undercover and asks us to get the Turian to testify in court to help the case. Fortunately, my Paragon and Renegade points aren't high enough to be able to convince him to do it, so we have to unfortunately just let him keep it for himself. He gives us the pass to the garage, in which we needed to get up to where the matriarch is. We made our way up there and immediately met with Geth, and after some more amazing Mako gameplay... I think this is in the second game, and I can see why. We made it to the station that the matriarch was at. Playing room after room, killing Geth after Geth, we found a new enemy type, the Arachne. These weird, bug-like creatures that can spit acid eyes from afar and spawn little babies that explode. We learned that we'll need to reset multiple different systems as they've been shut down due to an emergency containment procedure. So we start going to each of these systems that need to be restarted and clearing more waves of enemies, Arachne and Geth alike. So, after restarting after the systems, we were able to use the tram to get further into the facility. We met some members of the station as they were defending their area from the constant Arachne. And we joined them for a couple seconds, and then we head down to the hot labs to meet Dr. Yaroslav. I don't think I pronounced that name right, but oh well. And he tells us that all of this chaos is due to them finding an egg belonging to Arachne in space. And it wasn't any regular egg, it happened to be a queen egg. So we decide we'll just kill them all. We'll just kill all the bug things. But the doctor isn't fond of that. He wants us to set off a bomb that's nearby to essentially euthanize the non-queen Arachne. As he's about to give us the code to the bomb, he unfortunately gets killed by Arachne. During this part of the mission, we do get a scene that's probably one of my favorite throughout the entire game.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Sic semper
That is not the correct code. Please report to security for arrest and interrogation.
And after activating the bomb, we have to make our way back up to the humans that we met earlier. But unfortunately, the matriarch has told all of these people to kill us because they work for her. We unfortunately dispatch them and make our way further in and confront the matriarch herself. The matriarch sends her sorry commandos after us, as well as more Geth, each wave lowering her power level. Once completely lowered, we found out the matriarch has been being controlled by Saren this whole time. We learned that his true power lies with his ship, the Sovereign. We learned he's looking for the Mu relay. She gives us the location of it before falling back under the mind control of Saren. We do get a short, heartfelt scene between Liara and her mom, which won't happen if you don't bring her with you. And when I learned that during my Insanity run, the crew suggests that you bring her with you.
You have to stop me. I can't. Mother, You've always made me proud, Liara. Die.
After she gives their nice heartfelt message, we have to finish her off so that she can no longer be a problem.
We'll have to stop him, Shepard.
First you turn on the council, now on
Mother, good night, little wing. I will see you. No light. They always said there would be a...
You're dead now, bitch. Easy dubs. I don't give a fuck. Afterwards, as we're just kind of walking in place and not really doing much, the Arachne Queen that's been in this room the entire time takes control of one of the dead Asaris and begins to speak with us through her. She asks us to free her. We are given the option between freeing her or just killing her, because the people on the station had enough of this weird material, this acid-like stuff, to more than likely kill this creature. But we are a good person, so we decide to let her go.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
You will give us the chance to compose anew? We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
That's the end of this, yeah. Also, the other one I got was Recruit for killing 250 enemies between all 3 games. The one I just got was for completing the area. I'm a good guy. I save aliens. Besides the one that I've already shot, killed.
Patch it through to the
We do leave this station and make our way back to the ship.
Don't bother.
We have our usual meeting with the crew and dismiss the council.
That's gonna
Yet
come back
again.
to bite me in the
I
ass.
didn't mention this
Like that.
during the first mission, but after every main story mission, Joker asks if you want to speak with the council about the mission report.
I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do.
And I'll go more into this later on the Insanity run, but I didn't speak to them at all.
I'm not gonna go do that one yet. Try
After this, we start roaming around the ship a bit and chit-chatting with our companions. This is where the beginning of our relationship with Liara is starting to blossom. After chit-chatting with everyone on the ship, making sure I'm getting all the lore and all that good stuff, we start doing some more side content to make sure we can get some achievements for completing 5 missions with each of our different companions. Before selecting a new planet, we do get a transmission from the council telling us that a distress beacon from Virmir, I don't remember how to say it, but we'll come back to that later. After completing all of our companion achievements, we made our way over the Pharaohs for a different story mission. This planet is being overrun by the Geth. We meet someone as soon as we land, but just as quickly as we met them, they just as quickly get killed.
Are you a
We
person?
saw your ship. Fidan wants to speak with you immediately.
Who's Fidan?
He's our leader. He needs your help to prepare. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
You son of a bitch. Jesus Christ.
We made our way up to the settlement with the remaining colonists and get up to date on the situation. During said catch-up, we are quickly attacked by Geth yet again. We clear them out and are supposed to go back down and check with the leaders about all this, but accidentally go down the wrong way and do a bunch of side content for this planet. Afterwards, we do head back up to the people and turn in all the quests real quick. We afterwards head up to the Exogeny headquarters to help out some more survivors that we were told were up there. We then get to do some more of our favorite content in this game, more Mako driving.
We've got movement. Some kind of vehicle. Not one of the Geth.
They've got us on visual. We must be close. Dealing with the Geth is more important.
We then meet up with some more survivors, get some more side missions, and head further in to see the Geth are here. Yippee! More Mako driving.
Wait. Shut down the comm. We've got incoming Geth. Damn it! Shut down the comm.
We do get another funny scene of a Krogan trying to argue with the AI system, but to no avail. We quickly get rid of him and talk to the AI.
Goddamn.
Stupid machine. Access encrypted files. No, I don't want to review protocol.
I am unable to comply. Please contact your
Damn
supervisor.
it. Tell me what I want or I'll blast you.
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exam.
Stupid
If there is
machine.
nothing else, please step aside.
We find out why the Geth are here. there's a creature called a Thorian, something that can control the minds of others. We've got to make our way back to the colonists from earlier to free them of the mind control. We meet back up with the survivors near the headquarters as one of them is threatening to kill everyone now that their secret of why they were there is out. We kill him and tell the others it's time to leave. Turns out the creature doesn't really like the idea that we're bringing the colonists of its mind control and has the colonists try to kill us. We were given a knockout gas, but my inventory was full, or I just couldn't figure out how to equip it. So after killing just a couple of colonists, I found out that you could just punch them, and that'll knock them out, and it'll keep it fine. So we do that, get rid of the rest of the colonists by knocking them out with our butt of our gun, and we get into the lair of the Thorian. We do try to reason with the creature, and unfortunately we are forced to fight it. It keeps spitting out copies of the same Asari, so as we're making our way up this little tower area, we have to shoot off its limbs, and eventually it is defeated, it falls, and an Asari named Shiala emerges. Turns out she also used to work for Benenzia, and in turn, Saren. We learn, similarly to when we were on Noveria, that Saren's ship mind controls people the longer they are with him. We also learned that Shiala was sacrificed to the Thorian to gain some information. Saren is not very trustworthy and sent to Geth to wipe out all existence of the Thorian. Hence why he really didn't want to play nice with us. We get a cipher that is meant to help us understand the visions we received back in the beginning of the game, but it's kind of broken since the beacon that we got our visions from, it was broken, so we didn't really get full visions. We are thanked by the colonists for freeing them, and the Asari, Shiala, decides to stay to try to help them rebuild and clean up. That was all we did for the day, and today we earned a nice big 12 achievements. We start stream on day 4 right where we left off, Theros. We make our way back to the ship and have a cutscene with the crew and Liara in hope to help us find more information about the cipher we just received.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
I'll be here. Risen up my girl, Liara.
We learned that the beacon that we had used back in the beginning of the game was partially damaged, so we didn't get the full vision. Liara ended up becoming weak from exhaustion after doing the mind link with us, so we dismissed the crew and dismissed the council yet again. We go and check up on Liara as we do, so we can work on our romance with her, and then it's back to doing some side quests to make sure we're getting as many of them done before we get to the end of the game. We then land on our next story-based mission, Burmire. Now this is an important mission as what happens here will permanently affect the rest of this game plus future games. We make our way through the level, clearing the enemies with the Mako until we get to the camp with the members who sent out to the stress beacon. We learn that Saren is a base set up here and has developed a cure for the genophage, a biological weapon deployed against the Krogan by the Turians during the Krogan rebellions many years ago. It was designed to severely reduce Krogan numbers by infecting the species with a genetic mutation. Saren has been cloning Krogan to make an army of them for himself. What we're being tasked with is destroying the base, but in doing so we destroy said cure, which, very rightfully so, upsets our Krogan team member Rex. He walks off into the distance just shooting off his shotgun. Now at this point, the game will really start to go sideways. If you don't have enough Paragon or Renegade points here, Rex will get shot by either you or Ashley, and he will die. You will no longer have access to him for the rest of your game. Thankfully, I had enough points to be able to calm him down and keep him alive for now.
Tools to be used and discarded. Is that what you want for your people?
Oh, thank God. I had enough. Okay.
We were tools for the council once.
Oh, okay, cool. I got the achievement. Cool. We're good. We're good. I didn't have to go back and do anything.
Saren will be as generous.
Thank you.
Afterwards, we meet back up with the Solarian captain to figure out the plan. We have to separate into 2 separate teams, the diversion team and the teams who are moving in to get the bomb in place. We have to either send Ashley or Caden with the distraction team. We ended up sending Caden and kept Ashley as a possibly party member. During this part of the game, we cannot select Caden to be one of our 2 companions. We do actually decide to take Rex and Liara for this mission and made our way through the forest. We come up on the base and we find the beacon that Saren had used at the beginning of the game, or whenever he did, to get the vision. The same one that we had, but a more complete and full vision. We do find out more information about his ship. It's not any old ship, it's an actual old Reaper. We make our way further into the base, to the spot where we planned for the bomb. But as we begin to set it up, we get a distress call from the other team and they need help. We start making our way over there, but then immediately get a call from the bomb team. They also need help. But we can only pick one team. One of our party members will not be finishing this mission. Aiden or Ashley. After asking a friend for a quick second, because I didn't feel like making the decision myself, we chose Ashley.
Williams, radio Joker and tell him to meet us at the bomb site.
He told me to save the racist.
Yes, Commander,
It's the right choice, and you know it, Ash.
I'm sorry, Caden. I had to make a choice.
I understand, Commander. I don't regret a thing.
We're confronted with Saren and learn that he is too under the influence of the Reaper Sovereign. However, it would appear we cannot save him. He's too far gone. We defeat Saren in this instance and get the bomb off without a problem. Back on the ship, we mourn the loss of Caden and have Liara help us understand the beacon's full message. And we learn where Saren has been trying to go this whole time. Ilos.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
It's just some like Dead Space level of like not gore, but realism, gore-ish stuff.
Incredible. I never thought the images would be so
You're gonna faint again.
intense. I need a moment to collect myself.
Did the vision make any sense to you?
It's a distress call. A message sent out across the Prothean Empire. A warning against the Reapers, but the warning came too late.
What about the conduit?
There were other images, locations, places I recognized from my research. Ilos! The conduit is on Ilos! That is why Sarah needed to find the Mu relay. It is the only way to get to Ilos.
We need to get to Ilos.
Forget it.
We once again ignore the council and go and check up on our crew again to make sure everybody is doing
Are
fine.
not welcome there.
Going back to the galaxy map, we learn that Ambassador Udina wants us back to the Citadel to meet with the council.
Took them long enough. Back
Yes,
to the
sir.
Citadel, Joker.
Oh, I don't have a choice. I have to go back to the Citadel. Okay.
And what do you know? They aren't going to do a damn thing about Saren. They refuse to send anybody to Ilos to confront him as they fear it will cause a full-scale war.
How many ships are you sending to attack Ilos?
Ilos is only accessible to the Mu relay, deep inside the Terminus systems, Commander. If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war.
We offer to go ourselves, claiming we can be discreet, but due to the bomb we literally just set off, they say we cannot.
No longer a threat. This is over.
One ship going into the Terminus systems won't start a war. I can be discreet.
You detonated a nuclear device on Vermeer. I wouldn't call that discreet.
Your style served you well in the Traverse, Commander. We recognize that. But Ilos requires a deft touch.
In the endgame, they ground us. They remove our ability to leave the Citadel.
Weapon, the conduit is.
Saren is a master manipulator. The conduit is just a distraction from his real plan to attack the Citadel.
Sovereign's the real threat. Saren's just a servant of the Reapers.
Only you have seen the Reapers. And then only in visions. We won't invade the Terminus systems because of a dream.
If Saren finds the conduit, we're all screwed. We have to go to Ilos.
Ambassador Udina, I get the sense Commander Shepard isn't willing to let this go.
There are serious political implications here, Shepard. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you, but now...
Bastard! You're selling us out!
Why is she here?
It's just politics, Commander. You've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all the Normandy's primary systems until further notice you're grounded.
Nobody stabs me in the back, Udina. Nobody.
I think it's time for you and your team to leave, Commander. This...
Alright, if they can handle it themselves.
We do have a heartfelt cutscene with VR back in the Normandy and almost kiss, but Joker just so happens to chime in right when it's about to get good.
Hey.
Commander. Shepard, I cannot believe they did this to you. I am so sorry.
It's not your fault.
It's not right. You did everything they asked and more. Nobody else could have done what you did. The Council owes you everything, everything. Instead, they strip you of your command and ground the Normandy.
I don't care if they ground me, but they refuse to go after Saren. If they don't stop him from finding the conduit, we're all dead.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could appeal and get them to reverse their decision.
I pushed them as hard as I could. They wouldn't budge.
So you're going to walk away? You will just give up and doom the entire galaxy to extinction?
We're out of the game for now, but I'll find a way back in.
I believe in you, Shepard.
That's my girl. Ooh. Oh, we got a little... Oh. We're not as close anymore. But now we are. Oh.
Sorry to interrupt, Commander. Got a message from Captain Anderson.
Joker.
Captain Anderson wants to see us. He tells us that he can get us out of here, but this will be the last we see of the capital. We do a few more side quests while we're here and eventually go through with getting out of here.
Decontamination in progress.
Anderson, what are you doing here? I didn't send...
Damn.
Get us out of here, Joker. Now!
It'd be funny if it crashed again, just like it did the first time we got here.
Now all that's left is Ilos, or whatever side missions I have available. Try talking with the crew again, and then set off on our mission to Ilos.
Yeah.
When starting to land on Ilos, we did get what we've been waiting for. We boned Liara.
May I speak with you?
Do I need to change this?
Thinking about you.
I have been thinking about you too, and what we are about to face. I do not know what is going to happen on Ilos. I hope we will stop Saren, of course, but part of me fears we are already too late.
Trying to look at my eye.
There is something I must tell you, in case we fail.
We're not going to fail. I promise.
Please, I am not looking for comfort. Saren might already have the conduit. It is time to be completely honest with each other. These could be our last moments together. Our last chance to show each other how we feel. I want this to be special.
I want this, Liara. I do. But are you sure you're ready?
I have never been more sure of anything in my life. Will you join with me, Shepard? Let our bodies and minds unite.
Just tell me what to do.
Are we making out? Seems like we're uniting our minds. It's boobies. Do I need to? That's an ass. It's a full-on booty. Am I allowed to show this? I mean, no nipples are showing. Or penis. I think it's fine. Oh, I'm already wearing clothes.
After an intimate cutscene between the player and the AR, we land on Ilos.
Negative on that, Commander. The nearest landing zone's 2 clicks away.
We'll never make it in time on foot. Get us something closer.
There is nowhere closer. I've looked.
Drop us in the Mako.
You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20.
20 meters? No way we can make a drop in there.
We have to try.
Find another landing zone.
There is no other landing zone.
The descent angle's too steep.
It's our only option.
It's not an option. It's a suicide run. We don't...
I can do it.
Joker?
I can do it.
I believe in Joker.
Gear up and head down to the Mako. Joker, drop us right on top of that bastard.
I believe. I gotta bring my girls. I'm going to be saving and closing though, but I gotta bring my girls.
You two, keep moving. Inside, now.
Then we end stream for the day. Today we earned 3 achievements. Day 5 was a relatively short and calm stream. All we really did today was we reloaded right before we landed on Ilos and ran around from planet to planet doing side missions and the like. Today we got 4 achievements. Day 6 was the day I decided that I'm going to finish this game today and nothing is going to stop me. When we loaded up, we were at the DLC, which is where we ended off on the last stream. The game plan here is some hostile aliens called the Batarians have activated the fusion torches on this asteroid, which is causing it to head straight towards the planet Terra Nova. Our task is to disable these torches so that the asteroid will continue on without hitting the planet. After the first torch, we ran into Simon, the chief engineer who was sent here. Pretty much confirms what we already know and tells us a sob story that his family lives on the planet, blah blah blah. We then make our way to the second torch, but this one is slightly more difficult as it has minefields around it. When we arrive, we have to slowly walk around and avoid the mines, which I definitely did successfully on the first attempt with no questions asked. After making our way through this base, we are contacted by Kate, telling us that the Batarians aren't very happy with us shutting down the torches, but we need to hurry. Just then, the leader of this group, Balak, finds her and the survivors and takes them captive, but not before shooting Kate's brother. We make our way to the last torch and continue the cycle of killing the baddies, turning off the torch, and then afterwards we are met with some more of the Batarians, but this group is led by one named Charm. He tells us that we can settle this peacefully and that they weren't initially here to hijack this asteroid, they were just here to do a quick slave grab. We paragon our way through this and convince him to leave and let us handle Balak. We then make our way back to the main base, and we are met with more enemies that are attempting to stop us from saving the people who were here. But they don't stand a chance as we quickly make easy work of them. We're then met with Balak, who tells us to choose saving the hostages and letting him go, dooming them, and fighting him. We chose to sacrifice the hostages and go after him. We shoot him a bunch without killing him, leaving him for the Alliance to come pick him up, thus completing the DLC for Mass Effect 1. We do nab Simon's Omni tool for a nice big upgrade, and then we complete some extra side missions, just trying to get the completeness achievement real quick before going to the final mission. After popping that achievement, we head back to Ilos, we run through the planet, mowing down the Geth, trying to use our abilities as often as we can to get those ability achievements as well. We continue through Ilos and run into an old Prothean analyst system named Vigil, who's been waiting for us so that they can tell us more information and lore. Long story short, the Citadel is a trap. It's actually an enormous mass relay station that links to dark space. And guess who's out there? The Reapers.
Will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government. as it was with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay, one that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through, and all you know will be destroyed.
I do ask some more questions, hoping to get that last codex entry for the achievement, but no luck. We press further into Ilos with this new information and a new mission. Head to the Citadel through the conduit and stop Saren. We make our way back to the Mako, to the conduit, and travel through. We then get a cutscene of the Citadel being attacked by the Geth. We appear in, crashing through the Citadel in the Mako, to begin the final stretch of the game.
Now that I got, like, I'm sure there's gonna be more. Hey, Meritorious Service Medal. What is that for? What is that one for? Oh, complete Ilos. Okay.
Please begin emergency evacuation.
All we have left is complete the game and use biotic stasis. This is what the Citadel gets to be a fit. I feel like I've done stasis more than I've done AI hacking, and I just got the AI hacker one. Look at the fucking Citadel running away like a little bitch.
They're sealing the station.
Oh no, that's not the Citadel. That's the Citadel. Okay. What is that thing then?
Don't let the enemy ships inside the arms.
I thought the Citadel was that big thing. Is that where the council is? I don't know what that is then. Oh my god, the thing is so much bigger than these guys. Too late. I think that's his ship too, isn't it? So you're telling me this whole big thing here is the Citadel?
We make our way to the elevator to get to the tower, but it's too late. The Sovereign is already inside and attached to the tower, stopping the elevator. We then exit through the window, walk in zero gravity, vertically up the tower, which is pretty cool, taking out Geth along the way. When we finally get back up to the tower where we had two different interactions with the council, we're too late. Saren is already there and he's starting to activate the mass relay. Thankfully, we had enough Paragon points to be able to completely undermine the first stage of his fight, which I'll have to do later, and Saren just takes himself out.
I mean, I was gonna do that, but he did it for me, I guess.
While deactivating the relay, we're given the choice to save the council but lose a lot of lives in the process, or just let the council die. And if you've been paying any attention to this run so far, you'll know how I feel about the council. So, sorry council, but I let them die.
Hold off, Joker. We're not sacrificing human lives to save the council. Keep our ships back until they can get a shot at Sovereign.
A sacrifice for the greater good. I only pray it is not made in vain.
All Alliance ships, hold formation. Wait for a shot at Sovereign. Nothing else matters. I repeat, nothing else matters.
Yeah, the council's been assholes. If they had like listened to me from the start, this would have been so different.
It's the Alliance. Open a comm channel. This is the Ascension. We're
Oh, he turned it off.
They closed the channel.
I'm sure that's not gonna come back to bite me in the ass. Don't really care about the council.
He's dead.
That sucks, because he You gotta make sure Saren is actually dead, but similarly to how the husks from the game are reanimated beings, Saren is brought back, and we are forced to put him down once and for all.
He's dead.
Yeah. That's what I expected. So I do get to fight him. My girls. This is a solo fight between him and I. Yeah, he's becoming like the death creature things that we fought on the first planet.
I am sovereign. Is mine.
I'm not sure. No, so I'm not gonna do that actually. What's this? Let's do that. Oh, I also have that ability. I like the weird fuckers. I don't want to do stasis because I'll freeze me. I'm gonna really work on him. Oh, he's some of the other guys. Okay, good to know. Those sounds did not sound nice in my computer. We're just like shooting everything we have at this fucking ship, dude. It is taking like literally everything we have to do anything to this thing.
Negative. This is our only chance. Take that
That's
monster
how
down.
scary the Reapers are. Like, it's taking this whole fleet of like guys just to even barely damage him. I killed him. I didn't see him running around. That's unfortunate for him. He did what he could. Yeah, let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Let's go. In doing so, Sovereign shields get lowered, and our fleet is able to destroy it once and for all. We did it. We've defeated the Geth's invasion. With a fake-out death scene from Shepard, my parties and I reunite as the music fades. We're then shown a new cutscene. Ambassador Udina, Captain Anderson, and I are discussing the fact that the council is now dead. That Udina wants a human to lead above this new council. We get the choice between Udina and Anderson, or who we think should be the new chairman, and of course we pick our guy, Anderson. He's had our back this whole time.
Losses have made the Alliance stronger. If we step forward now, nobody will be able to stop us.
No.
You have a plan?
The galaxy needs leadership, real leadership. When a crisis hits, we can't be paralyzed by debate like the old council. The new council must rule with a single voice. It must be assembled from one species alone, humanity.
We need to work together with the other species. It's the only way we can stand
This is
against the
exactly
Reapers.
why they didn't like us in the
other
first place.
species are scared. They've never faced anything like this before. They don't know what to do. They want us to step forward. They believe in humanity because of you. Your ruthless pursuit of Saren and the Geth, your defiance of the Council, that's what humans are capable of. That's how we can defeat the Reapers. The others will follow us, Shepard. They know we're their only hope. We will have a human council with a human chairman.
I don't want a human council.
I may not like it, but you can't deny the truth.
Given everything you've done, Commander, the Alliance will want to know who you think our chairman should be.
We're about to go into war. We need someone with military experience. Someone like Captain Anderson.
You make a good case. Captain, are you ready for this?
He's my boy.
I don't know if any of us are ready for this, but I'll do what I can. So what happens now?
The Reapers are still out there. They're coming. And I'm gonna find some way to stop them.
Shepard's right. We're headed for war with the Reapers. If we lose, it's the end of all life as we know it. And no other species in the galaxy truly understands what it will take to survive. The other races will have to follow our lead. We need to take control. It's time for humanity to rise up and seize its destiny.
Let's go. Hell yeah. And with that, we've beaten Mass Effect 1 for the first time. But this unfortunately won't be the only time we beat the game, as we're still missing 3 trophies tied to this game specifically. We start up a new game on Insanity difficulty and decided to just try to get through this run as quickly as possible. No side missions whatsoever. We got up to finishing Pharos on this day and saved the remainder of the run for day 7. What I learned in this stream is that when reporting to the council after the mission, you can just hang up on them, and they get increasingly more and more annoyed that you're doing this. And it was probably my favorite part of doing this game. Today, we earned 14 trophies. We're here, the final day, day 7. We started day 7 by going off to Vermeer and successfully keeping Rex alive again. We did decide, however, to save Caden this time, mainly just to see his cutscene and his version of the Saren fight. We of course romance Liara this time again because Ashley is annoying and I don't really like her and she's dead. We continue to run through the game, avoiding any side activity related and focused on beating the game on Insanity mode at night. We run through Ilos, avoiding the fights as much as possible so we can quickly get back to the Citadel, just to meet Saren yet again. Not getting enough Renegade or Paragon points to skip his first phase. This was quite frustrating as he was just floating around, causing many Yeth to come in and kill me. We take him out after a few attempts and then watch the cutscenes play out, letting the council die yet again. Phase 2 was much simpler and allowed us to finish the game yet again, this time on the hardest possible difficulty. And with this, we've successfully 100%ed Mass Effect 1. My overall opinion on this game is that I can see why it amassed such a big following, as I never played this one specifically as a kid. I played Mass Effect 2 a lot as a kid, and I remember playing 3, but not as much. While some parts of the game did feel dated, such as the Mako sections, the planet exploration, and the side quests, the overall story was still great. This being my first time playing the game, I can thoroughly say I enjoyed this challenge, and it wasn't that hard of a challenge to do. The achievements were simple and not at all difficult to actually achieve. It wasn't a big problem, but the fact that the tutorial planet, Eden Prime, that achievement didn't pop when I first did it on the first day, and I had no idea until a few days later, was very frustrating. From looking into this, I've seen other cases of this happening on both Mass Effect 2 and 3, so I'm not really looking forward to doing that. But going forward, I will be making sure to play both of those games on Insanity to try and negate having to do a second run on both of those games if possible. Overall, I give Mass Effect 1 an 8 out of 10. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you want to catch these streams live, I stream them both over on YouTube and Twitch, and the VODs go up on YouTube right after they are finished streaming. If you guys enjoy these videos, please drop a like and a sub on the channel, and follow over on Twitch if you guys wouldn't mind. You don't have to, but it would really help out, as these are my first attempts at making these types of videos, and I will definitely be continuing to do it. If you guys have any suggestions, definitely comment them below and I will look into them. I have an idea of the next game I want to do after Mass Effect, but that'll be up to you guys to wait. So, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye-bye. In order to Mass Effect, nope. In order to 100% Mass Effect 2, we're going to get 48 achievements, complete the game on Insanity mode in one single run, as well as gain all 12 companions, and gain their loyalties as well. So, let's address the elephant in the room. I'm standing up when filming this. I'm trying something new for this type of video, because I don't normally do this, and I thought it'd be fun. So, now that we've addressed that, there's nothing else to talk about, so let's just get into the video. On day 1 of the Mass Effect 2 video, we start up loading up a new game and importing our old character from Mass Effect 1, as this will be important in getting the achievement for playing all 3 games with the same character. So we load up playing on Insanity difficulty so we don't have to do another run later like we did with Mass Effect 1. I'm trying to keep this playthrough as one single run, no need to do another one. Doing everything in my possible power to make sure I do not have to play this game a second time. Once loading up, the game does give you a quick recap of the choices you made during the first game. It gives you stuff like your name, your rank, your level, your Paragon status, who died on Vermeer, Ashley or Caden, who did Rex survive Vermeer, and whether or not you chose to save or kill the Citadel. We, of course, chose to kill them, so surely this won't come back to haunt us later. We then met with a cutscene between two people, one named Miranda and the other one known as the Elusive Man. We find out that they know about everything that's happening with the Reapers and the Geth and our crew. We also find out that they work for Cerberus, a group that we partially dealt with in the first game, but not too much from what I remember. We then met with a nice little cutscene, dialogue, screen, whatever you want to call it, explaining what's been going on since the events of the first game. It's been 2 months, the Citadel is busy cleaning up, and as far as the public know, we are just going out looking for any Geth, but secretly to everybody else, we are actually looking for any remnants of the Reapers so we can take them out, as they are the big threat that is looming over everyone's heads. We then get a nice familiar reunion with the crew of the Normandy, doing their daily business, flying through space, looking for any Reaper activity. In this system that we are in, it's been people going missing. There have been different colonies just going dark, and we're here to investigate because that could be our target. See why are they doing this? But as we are swiftly flying through space, this cutscene is cut short due to an unidentified vehicle attacking us and critically damaging the Normandy. We then met with seeing Liara running throughout the ship, and this character actually will change depending on if you romanced her, Caden, or Ashley in the first game. If you chose none of them, it's whoever you chose to save on Vermeer from the bomb situation. Liara, being the good Samaritan that is, she's trying to get us out of here as well. But we tell her, you need to leave, and you need to get as many people out of here as you can. That is in order. We will handle Joker, as he is sitting in the cockpit trying to save the ship as best he can, because he loves the Normandy and it is baby. We get up there and we catch up with him, and we pretty much force him to get out of the ship because it is in pieces, in shambles, and there is nothing left to salvage of this ship. So we throw him in an escape pod, and as we're about to get in, explosions occur and we get jettisoned backwards. We are able to eject the pod safely, so Joker is sent free and he is fine. However, Shepard's suit is damaged in the explosion, causing him to crash, and they crash into the planet that is nearby. So game's over. Mass Effect 2 is done. We did it. It was that simple. It only took like 10 minutes to beat the game. 100% it, we're done. That's the end of the video. I don't know why you're still watching. Just nothing else gonna happen. Title card. We then met with a nice little feature that added in with DLC. In the future, we are then met with something that added in via DLC. It's a little interactive comic book story for people who didn't play the first game or didn't import any save data from the first game. But otherwise, it tells you pretty much exactly the storyline of the first game while still skipping out on a couple parts like Pharos for some reason. I felt like that was kind of really important, but I guess not. Afterwards, we are given the option to adjust how our character looks, which they give you this option, I believe, in every game, but I'm not actually sure about 3. We should have, though, adjusted our character because in the moment he looked fine. The facial features looked fine, right? This guy looks fine, right? Wrong. In certain lightings, for some reason, he doesn't have any facial hair. He doesn't have any eyebrows. Where'd they go? We wake up in a facility for the first time with Miranda over us again and another man named Wilson. We are in a panic as we have no idea what's happening, so they quickly put us back under after multiple doses of whatever they used to put us back under. We shortly wake back up with the base under attack and Miranda speaking to us over the speakers, telling us to go grab the gun and find some ammo, which is something they added in this game. Ammo. First game, there was no ammo. It was simply, don't shoot for too long or your gun overheats. This game has ammo, and this will 110% come back to bite us in the ass. We begin to fight our way through the facility, learning the basic mechanics of the game, like cover fire and aiming and using abilities. Eventually we run into Jacob, a former Alliance member turned Cerberus operative. fills us in on a bit of the information of what's going on, where we are, who he is, and what is all going on. We also noticed that the game gives you a nice little pop-up of whenever you make progress on certain achievements. For example, headshots or making enemies scream as they fall or burn. So that is actually a very useful feature, so that I know where I'm at with certain abilities, different codex entries, and all that good stuff. I really like that. I really like that addition to the game, but I know some people for some reason don't. As we continue into the game, we meet up with Wilson again. He is currently injured, and we meet another new mechanic that the game added. It's similar to the last game, with Metagel being the healative property of the game, but we can no longer heal ourselves, and we no longer have an ability that revives our teammates. We have the Metagel, and that acts like the Unity ability from the first game, where once you use it, you have to wait for it to cool down, and it uses it per person. So if you have 2 teammates down and you use it, you're using up 2 of your Metagel, which comes back to haunt us later. I quickly make the assumption that Wilson is not to be trusted, as I don't really remember him in this game, and I don't remember him being a part of like the overall crew on the Normandy. With Jacob, I do remember, because he's very distinct to me. I don't really know why, but I definitely remember Jacob. I figure we have another Jenkins on our case, where he joins our party and he's eventually going to leave the party. So Jacob, Wilson, and I continue to head on, and he doesn't seem to help his case with me not trusting him, as he wants to constantly just leave and not to worry about Miranda. Miranda, she's dead. At this point, there's no way she could be alive. She has to be dead. There's mechs everywhere here. She can't be alive. But we show up to an elevator, and guess who's there? Miranda! And she's not happy. She shoots him right in the chest, and she shoots him dead. No hesitation. So we were right. It was his fault. He was the reason why the station is currently under attack, and all the mechs have gone out of control. So we grab up Miranda, ask a few more dialogue questions, and get the fuck out of here. At this new location, we meet up with the elusive man, who fills us in with some of the things that are happening, what happened with me, and other such things. We learn that it's been 2 years since the incident in space when I died. So, what? It's been 2 years? We learned that it's been 2 years since I have been, unfortunately, exploded. But we're back, and we are then sent to a human colony that was recently attacked and abducted. While we're there, we meet up with our friendly neighborhood Tali. She's back. Our girl Tali's back. I make a bold assumption here that she's gonna be my love interest in this game. I don't know why I did that, because I wasn't planning on it. I guess I didn't know that Liara was technically available for romancing, but also not technically available for romancing. You romance her in this game, and you can continue it in 3. But we'll get into that towards the end of the game. We learned that Tali and some of her fellow Quarians, which, by the way, we have not met a single other Quarian until now. We knew Tali, and that was it. I don't believe in Mass Effect 1 we met a single other Quarian in the game. So that was fun to find more of her people. We learned they're here because one of their Quarians was on this colony while he was doing his pilgrimage, because he likes to help out small groups of people, but for some reason he wasn't abducted with the rest of the humans that were on this planet. We learned that there's some beef between the Quarians and Cerberus, as they have some long history that we'll get into later. We burst through some more enemies, kill some more guys, and we met with our first big enemy of the game. Not a boss, but like more of a mini boss. And we also introduced to another type of shield. We had shields in the first game, but we're met with one of the new types of shields. The mech has armor. It has a layer of armor and then a layer of health. The other type of this is bearers, but we will get into that later. After defeating the mech, we meet up with Vito, the Quarian who is still here. He is shaky and nervous and all types of different types of scared. So we calm him down and we find out what happened. So essentially, these beings called collectors showed up, and they are abducting humans. And it was like there was nothing they could do. They had these swarm of bug-like creatures that seemed to only target the humans, not targeting the Quarian at all. So we quickly make do with that and decide, okay, well, All right, that's interesting news. We're then met with one of the first main real decisions that we have to make in this game is, do we take Vitor with us for questioning at Cerberus, or do we give him to Tali and take his Omni-Tools information? And since Tali was with us for the entire first game, we're not just gonna betray her trust like this right now, so we give her her companion. We're not just gonna take him. He's been through a lot. I don't want him to have to deal with more stuff like that. Afterwards, we head back up to meet with the elusive man. He tells us he was suspicious that it was the collectors, but had no real evidence until now. He gives us some more information on where our crewmates were through these past 2 years, and that he gives us a list of new people to go find. He gives us a couple dossiers of people to go recruit for our mission. First of which, he suggests we go find Morden Solace, a Solarian scientist who happened to work on the Genophage all that time ago, as well as being a special trainee of the military. Then he tells us he has a good pilot for us, the one that he thinks we'll very much be able to trust. As we get out of this weird hologram meeting with him, look who it is. It's our boy Joker. He's back and he's so excited to see us. We go and look at the new ship and oh, it's a beaut. We decide to name it Normandy. Big surprise. So we get back on the ship, we start roaming around. I'm looking for codex entries because thankfully this game is not nearly as bad as the first game with the codex entries, as you only need to get 15 new codex entries into your device. So you don't need to get every single thing about the aliens and possibly miss one, because the game wants to screw you and make you get a dialogue option that you could very easily miss, even though you have a Prothean fucking investigator on your team the entire game, and you go to one of their bases and talk to one of the VIs, but that doesn't matter because why would it? But anyways, so we go around the ship, getting some side missions from our crewmates, and we actually meet up with another familiar face, Dr. Chakwas. She's back and she's with us this time again. So we have a nice little side mission with her, and we then decide to head to our first choice. This is the first place we get to go to, and it's because our good friend Ambassador, no, sorry. Because our good friend Captain Anderson, who is now the lead head person of the council, asks us to meet with him at the Citadel. As we re-land on the Citadel, we're met unintentionally with one of our new crewmates, one that I actually did not have any knowledge on because she was DLC. I don't think I ever played her or did the DLC when I first played this game. I don't think it existed when I played the game. So we get Kasumi, she joins our crew, and we gain her loyalty mission. We then continue on. We meet with CSEC Captain Bailey, and he tells us that we're still technically dead, and that we can leave it like that. We can leave it like the system saying we're dead. I don't think this has any major implications, but I was like, cool, we're dead. No one needs to know we're not dead until we make a name for ourselves again. I decided, instead of going straight to meeting with Captain Anderson, or I guess Ambassador Anderson, I don't know what he's called now, I don't remember. We decided to run around, we find some shops, and we have a lot of fun bullying the shopkeepers. We do a lot of the renegade options and bully them essentially into giving us discounted prices, and I was just having a ball doing it. I don't remember if this was in the first game, but you can go to certain bars and order drinks. So I proceed to order a drink, order a drink, order a drink, order a drink, until the bartender's like, I got something really strong. So we take it and we pass out. As far as I know, there's no negative effects to this, but whatever, we did it and it was funny. I know you can get drunk and walk around, your camera kind of just wobbles as you walk, which is funny. But other than that, we wake back up and we actually run into the reporter from the first game. We choose more of the renegade options because I'm feeling very angsty in this run. I'm feeling like making my Shepard a very angsty guy for now. We do eventually meet back up with Anderson, and he tells us he's not super thrilled about being the head of the council. He doesn't really like doing all the politics, and nobody really still listens to him, but he's dealing with it and he's fine, so no worries with there. So we head back to the ship, and we do a couple more side missions. We found that Burgundy. Nope, that's not what she was looking for. We found the alcohol that Dr. Chakwas was looking for, and we go and share a drink with her, finishing the stream for the day. Today we earned a solid 3 achievements. On day 9, we quickly started with some technical issues, and then after we got past all that, we decided to go and do our first loyalty mission of the game for Kasumi. We landed on the planet Beckenstein, and before we really got into much, we had to allocate her stat points, because now whenever you load into a planet, you allocate stat points for the characters that they have every time, yourself included, as well as the equipment you're going to have. We then met with a cutscene where Kasumi explains to us what the plan is for this heist, and that our name is Solomon Gunn. That is our undercover name for now. That is what we will be going with. As we land, we are quickly met with our target of the heist, Hawk. The goal is to break into his vault because he has stolen Kasumi's old dear teammate's gray box, which is something that has a lot of information tied to it that can jeopardize both of their safeties, even though he's already dead, but it jeopardizes mainly her safety. So Kasumi is let in because Hawk doesn't like the way she looks, which that's mainly probably for a good reason. So we tell him, okay, she can stay outside, no worries, but that really doesn't stop her, as she just goes invisible anyway and comes with us. And funny enough, her textures never load back in properly when she gets back to being visible. Her textures never load back in for her uniform, her outfit, whatever you want to call it. So we make our way to the vault. We find out it has 3 security systems. It has a voice-activated lock, a DNA sequence, and then a kinetic barrier. So we need to go and disable all 3 of those things. So right after this, we go and talk to Hawk a bit, because we gotta get him talking a bunch so that Kasumi can get her enough of a sample to simulate his voice during this meeting. So we get him talking, he's going, he's getting a speech going. He's got people clapping for him at the end of it, which, okay, sure. But then after that, we walk around a bit. We found a path that said sneak beyond barrier or something like that. So we do that. Turns out that's where the guards are, and that's actually where we need to go to get into his private quarters to get a DNA sample. So after dealing with the guards, we make past them. We get into the room, start investigating different things, and eventually we find our clock, which when activated, activates guards, and then I have to go deal with them. Afterwards, we go and find the last thing we need to turn off the kinetic barrier, which is a power box further down, hidden behind some bookshelves. So we turn it off, we go back down, we loop back up, and we get into the vault. After entering the vault, we go around looking at the numerous things that he has. A lot of things are relevant to the story of Mass Effect in terms of what they have, like there was like a Krogan statue and some other things, but he has some he has some Earth-related things. He's got the Statue of Liberty's head. I don't know how he got that in here. He's got the Statue of David, plus what looks to be like an Egyptian pyramid type Sphinx thing, which is interesting. I don't know how it looks very small in the game, so it might be like a replica or something. Who knows? Eventually, after we're done looking through everything, we go to the gray box, which is where we need to be here, and surprise, surprise, it's a trap. Now Hawk is sending his guards at us, so we have to take them out one by one, and it's not that difficult. It gives me a little bit of a challenge, as it's still the beginning of the game for me. I barely have any upgrades into my character, I barely have any upgrades to my weaponry and my devices. After making our way through multiple different rooms with multiple different enemies, we make it to the landing pad where our shuttle will be meeting us after we have successfully killed Hawk in his goddamn gunship. Like, what are we supposed to do with this? He's got a goddamn gunship, but we take it out. Kasumi does a really badass, like, flip thing. I was like, whoa, I didn't know she was built like that, but she does a really cool thing, and it was pretty cool. After that, we leave, and we have successfully gained Kasumi's loyalty. Once we get back onto the Normandy, Kasumi goes and investigates through the gray box that we just recovered. Turns out that her old companion tied a lot of the memories and secrets to his memory as well as hers, so in order to keep them secret, they have to destroy the gray box. We know that's what he wants, so that's what we do. Since Kasumi really can't do it herself, we do it for her, and then we're done. We then make our way to the Omega system and land on Omega itself. We're here to gain 2 new allies. We have 2 new allies here, one of which we know is Morden, the other one is known as the Archangel. After we land on the planet, we go and grab Morden. Here's our first one. We find out there's been a plague that's been dispersed in the residential area where it doesn't affect humans, but it affects like all the other races that are there. So, of course, they're all mad, and Morden is there setting up a base camp trying to work on a cure. We also have a bunch of thugs and grunts and mercenaries there, attempting to salvage anything they can find, because of course they would do that. Why would they not? We do find our wounded Guitarian, and we help him up. He is very hesitant at first to trust us as we are humans, and they believe that we are the reason this plague is going on. And we eventually help him, and he's like, oh, thank you. So we leave him. We eventually do find Morden, and he won't leave until his cure, which he has just conveniently finished, is dispersed into the ventilation system, which just so happens to cover all of the residential area. After meeting back up with Morden, after successfully starting the ventilation system with his cure, everybody is good now. Morden's like, okay, I'll come with you. He leaves his assistant to run the clinic here so that people can still get help if they need it. We then also, I forgot to mention this before, we happen to run into Zaid as we're here. As we're popping up, he shows up. He's one of our other DLC members that I never seen before. So we get him, he joins the crew. We also unlock his loyalty mission as well. After the Morden mission, we are put back onto the Normandy, so we have to go back down to Omega itself. And we go talk to Arya. She's an Asari, sort of like, not gang leader, but she's pretty much like the head honcho on this like area. Everybody kind of talks to her, reports to her. She knows what's going on. After speaking with her, we find out that a bunch of different mercenary groups are all deciding to work together to take out the Archangel, as he is currently messing up all of their plans by killing them individually. He's a lone wolf, essentially, taking out mercenaries as he sees fits. So eventually we make our way to him, sabotaging different enemies as we go, because they think we're working. After we eventually get up to him, we find out it's our good pal Garrus. He's still alive and kicking, doing his own thing, just killing mercenaries as he goes. We then start working on mercenaries. These start coming individually instead of one, like, all together. They come each group by group, which, I mean, if you're gonna try to take out this guy who's been killing you guys all day across this bridge, you might want to send more than a handful of people from one individual group at a time. So we take them out, then we have to eventually head downstairs because they're coming in from another entrance. So we go, we shut those doors, and then we're good. Except we're not. We have another batch of the last wave of enemies come in, and they are not too happy. One of them has another gunship, where these things are just everywhere apparently, so I don't know where everyone keeps getting them, but they do. We quickly defeat it, but not without one slight issue. Garrus gets shot, and it looks like he's not gonna make it. It sucks because he was really cool. I liked Garrus, which is like, that's the whole point we came here. I miss my boy Garrus from the first game. Really sucks that we're not gonna get him. Just kidding. He's fine. He took a bunch of shots. The doctors did what they could, and he's fine. He just looks really scarred up in the face now, but he is perfectly fine. We finish off the day with talking around the ship and checking in with our crewmates, and we end the stream for the day. Today we earned a whopping 10 achievements. You can't see my other hand because it's currently on the microphone.
Hello. I may be dying, but that's not gonna stop me. Cool. On day 10, we load back up, we go to Omega again, because we're gonna go tell Arya that someone's trying to put a hit on her. She's not too thrilled about that, but it's fine, and that is literally the only reason we come back to this planet. Whoops, I thought there was more to do. So, anyways, next up, we look for some more anomalies on some planets, as that ties into one of our other achievements. Afterwards, we decide to go load up into the Krogan recruitment mission, because we had one in the last game. Why shouldn't we have another one in this game? So we load in with Miranda and Garrus, and we start the mission. We bring Miranda with us because she still has an ability that is good for breaking barriers, and we still have yet to get that achievement. So as we're making our way through this battle-torn area, we find some Blue Sun troopers, who are one of the many other groups that we fight of the three main. We destroy them, we kill them, we do the usual stuff. And we run into a wounded one, who we use our intimidation to give his team a bunch of incorrect information of where to go, leading them into a trap, which I assume probably helps us later down the line for this mission. I'm not sure. It could just be a fun little side tangent, but it was fun. We go down further, and we are met with more Blue Sun troopers, of course, and a random Krogan who happens to be there. He doesn't really want to fight us. He doesn't really care about us. He's one of the tank-bred Krogan that are on this planet, because that is what we're here for. Okir. He is making a bunch of different Krogan for quote-unquote one of the other Blue Sun people, but he really doesn't care about her. He's making them for himself. He's working on a cure for the genophage. They're getting some help to go further into the facility from the Krogan. We are met with more and more different troopers. At one moment it seemed like they were just infinitely spawning, which was weird because I kept dying and they just wouldn't stop respawning, so I used my invisibility movement ability to continue to run past them without having to fight on them. So we continue on our way to meet up with Okir's lab, but not before we meet a familiar face from Vermeer in the first game. That random scientist who we tell will leave because we're blowing up this station. And so we pretty much tell her we're not here to do the same thing, but she might want to leave because she might we might end up blowing the stuff up as well. We're finally meeting up with Okir. We are shortly cut from this conversation as Jinore is trying to fill the room with poisonous gas, so we are sent to go deal with her. She has numerous Krogans that spawn, a giant mech, plus herself. Thankfully, for some reason, on the second attempt of this, the mech got stuck and wouldn't move anywhere. So after we took out her, as well as the little Krogans, no one else spawned, so we were free to take down the Krogan, take down the giant mech. Afterwards, we head back up. Okir is unfortunately dead at this point, but we tell Normandy to prepare a shuttle as we're going to be bringing this tank back up with us that has a Krogan in it. When we get back onto the Normandy, we have a small cutscene between us, Miranda, and Jacob, where Jacob says one thing and that's pretty much it, but the gist of the conversation is Miranda is very unsure of having a lab-bred Krogan on our team because he's lab-bred. He's probably only made for battle and that's all he will ever understand. But we make the decision to keep him and go awaken him. We have a quick little skerfuffle with him, but that's about it, and he joins our crew. So afterwards, we decide to go do the Jack recruitment mission. So we land on this giant prison ship where essentially these guys, they go and collect these really bad criminals from planets, and the way that they keep this station afloat is the people of the planets that they're from, the home planets of these criminals, they pay them to keep them here. If they don't pay, they'll just, you know, send them back to their planets on accident. So there's no harm, no foul on that part. We follow him for a bit. He sends us into this one room, which obviously leads into a trap. In the trap, we are then forced to go deal with more of these troopers, and eventually we find Jack. She has now caused a station-wide panic with everything exploding and everything, because she's a powerful biotic that they have had contained very securely so that she can't do anything. Eventually we make our way through this facility, making our way back towards the exit. Jack is there. We convince her to join our team, and now we have Jack on our team. Her and Miranda don't get well too well, but that's fine. That's a problem for later. Afterwards, we are going around talking to the crew, and we get an urgent call from the Elusive Man. This is going to be one of the but this is one of the forced missions that the game makes you do, and you can't do anything else otherwise. You can't go and look at the map when the call comes in. You have to go do this mission, otherwise you're stuck in the ship. So we go and talk to him. He's sending us to one of the human colonies on Horizon because they have signs that they're about to be attacked. So now we need to go and see what's up. We go talk with Morgan for a little bit, and then we head out on our mission. When landing on Horizon, we are met with a familiar face during a cutscene. It's Ashley. Since she survived, she's the person we see here. If Caden had survived, he'd be the face we see here. Upon regaining control of our character, we are met with the Collectors for the first time. And they have barriers, which is good that I brought Miranda for this mission, because she has the warp ability which breaks barriers, which is what I need for the one achievement. So we go through killing more and more Collectors until we are eventually met with a mechanic who's here complaining about Ashley because he's not too fond of Ashley. So we have to go deal with them, as well as turning on the defense system back for the turrets, because they sent Ashley here to get these turrets set up for defense, but they're not working as of right now. So we have to go to this relay point to activate them. Wouldn't it be a Mass Effect game if, when trying to wait for something to charge up to 100%, that we have to clear out waves and waves of enemies. As we're doing that, we're met with a new enemy type, a flying Praethian? What the fuck is it called? Praetorian. We're met with a Praetorian. It's this flying kind of creature that's lasers that shoot from its eyes, as well as a ability to ground slam and take a lot of damage to your health, as well as gains barriers. I'm not exactly sure all the mechanics of how it gains barriers. It seems like every time it ground slams into the ground, it gains new barriers, so you might want to stay far away from it. Other than the barrier, it has armor, which is fine because my one ability is good against armor. After defeating the whatever the fuck it's called, I already forget it. We're then met with the mechanic again, who finds out our name, and then we get to have a nice little face-to-face reunion with Ashley. She's not too fond that we have not contacted her for the last 2 years, considering we've been dead though, but that's besides the point. She's also not too happy that we work with Cerberus. because she may be a little racist, and she admits this. She doesn't like other alien races. She says this. But she's not too fond of what Cerberus does with other races as well, since Cerberus is all about preserving humanity, and they don't really care what happens with other species. They just want humanity to be the best and strive the best. After that, we do meet up back with the Elusive Man. He tells us that we are given more dossiers from more people because we've gained all the people that we get. So now, after this, we have to go grab the rest of our crew. And that is all of day 10. Today, we gained 7 achievements. On day 11, we decided to go do Zaid's loyalty mission. This mission has us going to an old refinery that is being overtaken by the Blue Suns and an old comrade of Zaid. We find out that 20 years ago, him and his comrade founded the Blue Suns, but at some point he got betrayed by his companion and shot in the face. For instance, that's why his eye looks the way it does. So we make our way through killing enemies, and we run into both the old companion as well as some more of the mercenaries. Zaid does a really cool thing where he shoots a tank, and it just kind of, he's like, oh, you missed, and then it explodes, and he's like, ah, shit. Shepard doesn't really like that too much, but Zaid's like, listen, I want him dead, you're here to help, that's it. Shortly after we clear out some more waves of enemies, we do have to make the decision to allow the workers here to die, otherwise we will not get Zaid's loyalty, which is kind of weird, but hey, I need his loyalty for the achievements, so that's what we do. We eventually catch back up with Vito, his associate, and one of probably the most badass scenes in the game, he just burns this guy alive. He shoots, I believe it's an oil tank or something, and he gets rid of his thermal clip, which is the ammo for the game, and it just sets him afire, sets him ablaze. It was actually really cool. Afterwards, we do go exploring a couple more planets, looking for no anomalies for that same achievement, so we can hurry up and get that one. Afterwards, we land on Ilium, where we are met with 2 familiar faces really back to back. We meet somebody who's being controlled, or at least partially controlled, by the Arachne Queen back from Mass Effect 1, because we allowed her to live. So she's here just telling us thank you, and that they will be there to help us fight when the time comes. We don't really know much more about that as of right now, but that was actually pretty cool. And I was quite confused. I was like, we met a lot of people on that planet. Who could they possibly be referencing? And when they started going more into the conversation, I was like, oh, it's the Arachne Queen. That's pretty cool. Then we're actually met with Gianna again. She has us go talk to this person who is selling illegal tech, and eventually we trick her into being like, yeah, I got some more stuff in the back. I can give it to you for cheap. Then she shows up and helps and arrests her. God, sorry, there's something in my eye. Afterwards, we do meet up with Liara again. She's on this planet. She's working as sort of like a person with a lot of connections. She does a lot of like behind the scenes work and does a lot of stuff. I do get really giddy when I see them reunite with each other, because I worked so hard to get them back together, or to get them together in the first place in the first game. Wasn't really that hard, but it was just seeing them like get all happy together. They snuggled, they did a little kiss, which looked a little goofy because my Shepard was wearing a helmet. But no, it was really nice. I got really excited to see them back together. She's not the only reason we're here. We have Miranda's mission to do, plus a couple of extra associates we can get while we're here. We do a couple bit more bullying of people to get what we want. We also call someone racist because we have a slave trader, and she's trying to get rid of this one person who's a Quarian, but this other person will take her because she's a Quarian, and we're like, oh, so you're racist. You won't take her because she's a Quarian, huh? But that was fun. Then we end up starting Miranda's mission. Her mission pretty much was her genetically made twin sister was in danger of being captured, essentially. Her father, we learned, really only raised Miranda and had her made to be a superior biotic type person. She has a twin sister who is 19, I think he said. Miranda, when she was younger, she saved her, she took her, and she brought her somewhere else, so her sister has no idea about any of this extra stuff. But she's in danger of being captured, so we have to go and help. Upon starting the mission, we bring Miranda and Jack together because they hate each other, and I have a very good time together because they don't like each other at all. They usually bicker back and forth, which is really fun for me. We meet up with some Eclipse troopers who were like, oh, they're not going to attack us because they want to take Miranda, essentially. They threaten to kill us if we don't comply, and we do some fun, like, We repay them. We repay them with these nice kind words they gave us, with some explosions and a swift neck snapping. After making through waves and waves of enemies, we meet up with a cutscene of Niket, Miranda's old companion, who helped her escape, as well as when they helped Miranda's sister escape. We stopped Miranda from killing him because even though she may have betrayed him here, that wouldn't have done much, but that didn't stop much because the captain and Yala, I think is how you pronounce her name, she quickly kills him, and we were then forced to fight her. Pretty much the mission. We do have a nice little cutscene where we tell Miranda to go and talk to her sister, even though she probably has no idea who she is. It would still be nice to have a little bit of dialogue between them. So we quickly just let that happen. We don't actually get to see the conversation. We just send her off, then she comes back, and then the mission's done. Afterwards, we go do some of the side missions that Liara gave us, and then we get ready to go recruit more of our companions. First up is Thane, an assassin. The guard who helps us get there flies us over to the towers, and we quickly make our way up the tower to try and find where Thane is. Blasting our way through more Eclipse mercenaries, as well as just helping some Solarians that are still stuck in the tower. We do get a fun little cutscene of us meeting up with a mercenary who's all by himself and continuing our bully streak to threaten to throw him out of this window unless he tells us where we need to go. So eventually we do catch up to our target's target, Nasana, who just so happens to be the sister of Dahlia, someone we killed back in the first game. I don't quite remember what all that mission was about, but it was fun to see that a lot of the stuff from the first game has so far transferred over to the second game. And even if it's in like a minor throwaway joke, not joke, but a minor way, it still shows up some, which is pretty cool. After having a short conversation with Nasana, Thane shows up and kills her. We tell him about our mission and he joins our crew. When we arrive back onto the Normandy, we go around grabbing some more loyalty missions as they've now been unlocked, and we do another anomaly mission as well for one of the planets. Afterwards, we load up to Jacob's loyalty mission, which sees us going to a distress beacon from his father's ship that crashed 10 years ago, which is now active, which is very unsettling for Jacob, so he would like to go investigate. We show up, there's a VI discussing what happened, everything happened 10 years ago, and that his father is now like being commander, because that's not what he was when he was initially on the trip. As we continue down this foresty planet, we meet up with a very insane sounding woman talking about the sky people are here, the sky people are here. Then we are met with some male versions of them where they're also insane, but they're trying to kill us. So we take them out, we keep going, we find some mechs as well. We find a village with just all females, which they all say Jacob looks like his father. They say it looks like the commander or whoever they're worshipping at the moment. And so we're like, oh, that's probably not good. So we go through, clear out some more mechs. Then we meet up with her. We have a nice little cutscene with Jacob's dad. We do get some more loyalty missions around the ship, and then we are forced into our second force mission, going to a collector ship. We started up, but it is really difficult for me, and I'm already very tired. So I end up not even finishing this mission on the stream. We end stream, and we decide we're gonna save it for another day. Today we got only 4 achievements. On day 12, we load up where we left off on day 11 on the collector ship. This mission took me 2 hours to beat, so by the end of it, I was very, very, very frustrated. So basically, we learned in this mission that the collectors are actually genetically modified Protheans from the first game that we thought were extinct and no longer existed, but it turns out that the Reapers modified them to turn them into the collectors to make them subservient to the Reapers so that they would do everything they needed. At one point, we earn the ability to unlock to be able to use an assault rifle, a shotgun, or get a big upgrade to our sniper. At first, I did pick the assault rifle, but it didn't seem very useful at the time, so I ended up just getting the sniper rifle improvement. We learned that this is actually the same collector ship that attacked us 2 years ago that destroyed the first Normandy. We also brought Grant and Miranda with us during this mission, but they served literally no purpose other than to waste all of my meta gel and to constantly die. So that was fun. We ended up just keep going and going. We clear out through multiple waves of different enemies. We deal another one of those flying monsters over from Horizon, and then we eventually escape. We do learn that this was a trap and that the Lucimet more than likely knew that, but there was no other way for us to get information on the collectors. Afterwards, we do have an angry mission. Afterwards, we do have an angry discussion with the Lucimet about this, but then we just go and continue to get more allies. Next up on the list is Samara, another Asari. Since we don't have Liara in this game, we need someone to replace her, but we can never replace our girl because she is the best. Samara is this very strong, it's almost like how we are the Spectres, the Asaris have their own type of thing similar to that. That's not the same as the Spectres, but it's very similar. She does her own thing. We can't have her on her ship yet, on our team yet, because she's got her own mission, so we have to help her do her mission in order to unlock her for our mission. Essentially, Samara is looking for a ship that is smuggling someone off planet. So we go and speak with one of those funny little guys from the first game, the Volus, who speak like nerds and have to breathe funny, which is very funny to me still. We then get the name, so then we go through, clear more enemies, find out where that ship is going, and go us back to speaking with Samara, and she officially joins our group. Afterwards, we do load up our final mission for Tali. We saved her for last. She is the only, besides Garrus, returning teammate from the first game. Garrus and Tali, those two have returned to us, but we do still get to see our other teammates later down the line. Tali is sent with her team onto a planet to investigate some Geth activity. When we get there, we learn that the sun is very dangerous. Standing in it for even a second starts to deplete our shield. So, in order to retroact that, we have to stay in the shadows as much as possible. In doing so, eventually we meet up, taking out Geth along the way. We meet up with one of her teammates. We meet up with Cal Rager. He is a Quarren who's trying to hold the line as Tali is barricaded in this room. As she's getting more information, he's doing his best to distract the Geth from going to her as much as possible. It takes us a few tries, but eventually we clear out the Geth, including one of those really big guys from the first game. I forget what they're called, but we eventually take it out, get to Tali, we recruit her safely, and now we have every member of our crew, minus this mysterious guy who we don't really know where he is just yet. Afterwards, we do load up Tali's loyalty mission. We bring Miranda and Tali with us while we do this mission. The mission essentially is Tali is being put on trial by the Quarian board for sending active Geth technology to her father to investigate. While Tali denies these claims, the station that her father and other Quarrens are working on is now out of service and being overrun by Geth. So we are sent to go investigate, to go find out what has happened. Why did the Geth suddenly become active when Tali claims that she set all inactive or destroyed parts? After combing our way through the facility, we do find her dead body, unfortunately, but we do find out that it was her father and the people working at the station that were activating the Geth to try and learn to control them better for themselves. Tali would like us to not disclose this to the board so that her father's legacy remains intact. When we get back, we are able to respect her wishes, which is what we need to do in order to get her loyalty by bullying them, which also allows her to be acquitted from all charges. If we had picked that no, just a simple no, we are not going to have any, we're not going to show that her father did it. And so then Tali would end up being charged as guilty and she'd be banished from her homeworld. But picking the renegade option, she's not charged and we respect her wishes. After we end up doing Garrus' loyalty mission, we decided to do both our old comrades missions very shortly after each other. In order to get this mission started, we do need to go walk around a bit, trigger a cutscene, and we do get a friendly reminder of the one from the first game that we interacted with, Harkin. He turns out to be this operator who can just kind of make people disappear, get them out of planet without anybody knowing where they're going. Find out who it is, we eventually make our way through a bunch of different battles until we get 2 giant mechs, the Ymir mechs, whatever they're called, and that's where I decided, nah, not right now. I'm already tired from doing 2 hours of the other mission. I'm gonna take a break for the day. Then we only got 5 achievements. Day 13 was our longest stream that we've done in a very long time. It was a little over 12 hours, but we did a lot this stream. And I realized as I was typing up scripts for this, I really should be doing these like I did the last video where I typed them up either right after the stream or right like the next day of. Because doing this now, I just did the last, when I was writing these, I did like the last 4 days of the stream all in one sitting. That sucked, and I also realized I should be doing this, also very similar to that. I should be waiting. So when we look back up into the game, we're obviously still in Garrus' mission. After some cheesy little placements for myself that the mechs could not reach me or damage me, Eventually, I take them out. We make our way up. Have a quick close call with some little tiny mechs that almost killed me. And if they had, I don't know if I would have been restarted to before I fought the big mechs, but I would have been very pissed off if I had. We eventually make our way back to Harkin. He tells us where Garrus's target is. So we quickly have a little cutscene of that, me distracting him, and Garrus takes him out. So there we go. We got Garrus's mission done. The main objective is to get these loyalty missions done and out of the way so that we don't have to worry about them and we can't possibly miss any once we get to the point of no return. Next up, we do Thane's mission. Thane's mission, it really isn't too much of a fighting mission. It was mainly we're going to save his son from assassinating someone. His son has been given a target to assassinate. So we land back at the Citadel, we speak with Captain Bailey, and he tells us about his son. We don't tell him what his son is trying to do or anything, but he tells us Mouse. Mouse is an informant, so we go and meet up Mouse. We do a little bit of bullying with him as well. We slam him to the floor and step on his neck, which was quite brutal. But he tells us who we're looking for. This man is somewhat of a higher political figure that Captain Bailey and him have somewhat of an agreement with. They take a little bit of bribes from each other, but that's fine. No judgment here. We do a little bad cop, good cop with Thane. More so, I do a lot of bad cop. I beat him up a bunch, and eventually we get the information we need. Who he has paid Thane's son to go assassinate. It's another political figure. So the essential part of this mission is we are following this other figure along the catwalk. And the only way we can possibly fail this mission and not gain Thane's loyalty is if his son ends up killing this guy. So what we do is we're following him along the catwalk and occasionally checking in with Thane to tell him where the location of this guy is. We do have a funny little cutscene with a guy, which I don't know if I got to it too quick or not, but we scare this poor worker who's up in the vents that there's a bomb. It was quite funny. We do eventually meet up with the target of the assassination, and Thane's son is also there. We do successfully stop his son from killing the target, and they have a nice little heart-to-heart moment about where he's gone and everything. We do get Bailey to kind of keep his son as like a extra pair of hands, not officially hire him into like the C-Sec team, but he's just there if he needs help with something. So now we have Thane's loyalty.
C-Sec.
Next up, we go to Tuchanka. There are 2 loyalty missions we can do here. We can do Morden and we can do Grunts. We do Morden's first. So when we land, we have to pick our teammates, and we just go. I should have grabbed Grunt with me on the first run because I can't start his mission or can't get information about his mission unless Grunt's with me. So eventually we do meet up with our good friend Rex. He is now the leader of this clan, and he tells us to go speak with this other Krogan about Morden's mission. We go back, we grab Grunt on our team, we go speak with him. Essentially, Grunt's loyalty mission is he's going through these like thoughts in his head and a lot of negative thoughts. But turns out he just needs to go through puberty. That's pretty much what it is. He's got his rite of passage, which is essentially just puberty. We do Morden's mission first, which is to go rescue a former companion of Morden who worked with him on the cure for the genophage. We do fight a lot of the Blood Pack goons, which is the other third member who I don't think I've really mentioned yet in the video. There's the Eclipse, the Blue Sun, and the Blood Packs. We do eventually meet up with some more Krogans who are very fond of Malon, Morden's companion, and they would love for the genophage to be cured so that they can do exactly what the genophage was made for. Going out and pillaging different societies so they can be the #1 group. We do a very similar thing to what Saeed did during his loyalty missions, and we happen to burn this member alive. We then proceed to continue throughout the thing, and we do have a nice little cutscene of a dead female Krogan, and we get to learn a little bit more insight onto why what Morden did with the genophage feels right to him, and why it doesn't feel wrong. What he did was justified. Someone in chat did point out that it's very good writing that the game decides to give good arguments onto why what Morden did and what he thinks what he did was right, and it wasn't just saying, hey, genophage is bad. I'll leave in the big cutscene of the female Krogan thing, because it was actually really good for world building and lore for Morden's character, as well. It made a lot of good points.
Sterile Werlock female willing to risk procedures. Hoped for cure. Pointless. Pointless waste of life.
I didn't didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
What? Why? Because of genophage work? Irrelevant. No. Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan, never killed with medicine. Her death, not my work. Only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this. Did you come to Tachanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon missions. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accept it as necessary. See small picture. Remind myself why I run a clinic on Omega. Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
I didn't expect spirituality from you, Morden.
Genophage modification project altered millions of lives, then saw results. Ego, humility, juxtaposition, frailty of life, size of universe. Explored religions after work completed. Different races, no answers. Many questions.
Sounds like you were trying to deal with your guilty conscience. The doctor who killed millions.
Modified genophage project great in scope, scientifically brilliant, but ethically difficult. Krogan reaction visceral, tragic, not guilty, but responsible. Trained as doctor, genophage affects fertility, doesn't kill, still caused this. Hard to see big picture behind pile of corpses.
Can you really just rationalize
I just want to see more of his stuff.
How do you justify it?
Wheel of life. Popular Solarian concept. Similar to human Hinduism in focus on reincarnation. Appealing to see life as endless. Fix mistakes in next life. Learn, adapt, improve. Refuse to believe life ends here. Too wasteful. Have more to offer. Mistakes to fix. Cannot end here. Could do so much more.
If you need this much soul searching to get over it, maybe the genophage was wrong.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations. Effects of Krogan population increase. All pointed to war. Extinction. Genophage or genocide. Save galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from galaxy.
When you put it that way, you did the right thing. Not many would have the guts to look at the results and own it.
Not easy. Sometimes wish I wasn't as intelligent. Choice would have fallen on someone else. Not my problem. Fool's wish. Had to be me. Others might have gotten it wrong. Ready to go, Shepard.
We do end up meeting up with Malon, and he is, we thought, he's there by choice. He was not actually captured with what we initially thought was happening. He is there by choice. He wants to work on this cure because he wants chaos, I guess. I don't really quite remember. We do get met with a nice cutscene, and we have to decide to either save the cure data or destroy it. We end up saving it because it does actually take an effect into Mass Effect 3. I don't know what it does, but someone in chat told me that it does affect Mass Effect 3 down the line. And with that, we have finished Morden's loyalty mission. The game obviously boots us back up onto Normandy, but we come back down to start Grunt's mission. Grunt's mission is actually very simple. It was kind of difficult, but not really. What it has to essentially do is you fight 3 waves of enemies. The first one is some of those, like, I think they're called Barons, the little dog-looking guys. Then we have those exploding Barkins. I can't quite remember what they're called. You'll see them on screen. And then we have to fight something that we did not like in the first game, but we tried to avoid as much as possible, a Thresher Moth. Now, this part of the mission isn't necessarily you have to beat it, you just have to survive the 5-minute window that the game gives you. But in order to 100% this game, we do need to take this thing out. Thankfully, it can't destroy a certain pillar in the game, so you go sit there and you can damage it. Garrus got glitched and I couldn't revive him, and no, Garrus died, so I kept running out of his, couldn't heal him anymore. And Grunt got glitched and he was just kind of sitting in cover and wasn't doing anything. Eventually, we take it out, we finish the mission. There was a Krogan earlier in the game who wasn't really too fond that Grunt was doing the rite of passage, since he's a lab-bred Grunt, or a lab-bred Krogan, and doesn't think that he should be allowed to do it. We have to eventually kill him because he's like, ha ha ha, you did it, but I'm gonna kill you. So we kill him and we make our way back, thus gaining us Grunt's loyalty. Next up on the block, we have Samara's loyalty mission. This one's very similar to Thane's loyalty mission, where there's not any combat in it. It's just kind of doing little objectives as your own. Little backstory on this mission. Our target for this is Samara's daughter. She was born with this ability that's a rare genetic defect that kills their partner when they have like the mind sex, like we did with Liara in the other game. So she's just kind of going around doing that for fun, because why not, I guess. So our mission is to go and stop her and confront her. Now, I just like to say, if I had a nickel for every time we had a mother-daughter scenario with Asaris in Mass Effect, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? We look back up into Omega and we speak with Arya. She tells us more information about where we could go, and we end up going, it's very similar, it's very close to where we started Morgan's recruitment mission. There's an apartment complex, we speak with her daughter's most recent victim, mom, and we go through a room, we find out information, then we go to the VIP section of Omega's club. We do a couple of little like missions around town by having a little staring contest with a Krogan, beating up this guy who's harassing Nasari, as well as something else that I can't quite remember and I didn't write it down. But that eventually gets your attention. We do the right talking option, we dialogue the right way, and we are eventually led back to her room. At this point, I do fail the Paragon and Renegade check, but we do successfully still do the mission. Samara kills her daughter, and we are good. The only way you can fail this mission is if Samara's daughter wins, and she just takes over Samara's identity. That way you would not gain Samara's loyalty, and you would be locked out of that. So thankfully, I thought I was going to be screwed, but we did it successfully. Next up, we've got Jack's mission, and since we brought Jack for Miranda's loyalty mission, it only seemed right to bring Miranda on Jack's, since Miranda also works with Cerberus, and this is a very Cerberus-based mission. Jack was raised in a Cerberus facility to enhance and like train her in her abilities. From what Jack remembers, it was a lot of torture and a lot of inconvenient things where other children got to be not played with, but they got to be free and do what they wanted to, while Jack seemed to be locked in a room all day. As we're wandering through this old abandoned facility, we are met with hostiles, which we of course take out, and Jack starts to learn that not everything was exactly as he remembered. The children were also experimented on in ways to test that when they did Jack wouldn't kill her. We do eventually meet up with another survivor of this facility, and he's trying to rebuild it and recontinue everything. We have Jack kill him. We could probably have not done that, but we did it anyway, because Renegade, it's fun. Then we end up just doing a nice little walk down memory lane with Jack, through all her stuff. We set a bomb that, I don't know what kind of explosives we have on the Normandy, but that shit fucking like levels the entire planet. I was like, if we thought the bomb on Vermeer was big, watching the cutscene for this bomb going off, I was like, what the fuck? What do we have on this ship? Us gain Jack's loyalty.
Nothing's changed.
How big of a fucking bomb did you guys use? Jesus Christ.
Our next loyalty mission, as at this point in the game, this happens twice. When you complete both Miranda and Jack's loyalty missions, you have a cutscene of them fighting. If you don't have enough Paragon or Renegade points, you will lose the trust of one of them, but you can quickly go back and talk with them and have a less of a taxing Paragon or Renegade check. But thankfully I had enough points, so I didn't lose any of their loyalties, and I didn't have to go and try and regain it, which was good because loyalty is really important in the final mission of the game. Instead of starting up another loyalty mission, we actually go and do the Shadow Broker DLC, because that is also tied to an achievement, and it's also the only way that we can romance Liara, which we want to do so that we can go and get her in the third game so we can get all 3 trophies with Liara. Kind of, but I'll go more into that later. We have some information that we can give Liara, which we did earlier by accident, but just reloaded to save because it kind of locks you out of doing her missions that she gives you on Ilium. But anyways, we start that up, we go to her apartment, and we meet up another Spectre. We haven't seen a Spectre in a while, but this one's an Asari Spectre. She's there casing the environment, so we are sent to look around her apartment for clues onto where she has gone. A lot of it was coded so that only I could activate it, like Shepard himself only could activate the different clues that led to where she was. We eventually find out where she is, and we head there. When we get there, the building on multiple different levels explodes, which we assume might have killed Liara, which hopefully she didn't die. Tila, our Spectre that came with us, says she'll take the sky car, go from the top, work her way down, while we start at the bottom floor and make our way up.
Could be a problem.
We are met with a new enemy type called the Worker Agents. Big surprise, that's what they're called. We take them out as we go, and we find out that, of course, why would this not happen? Tila is a traitor. She's not just a Spectre, but she's a traitor. I wonder where we've seen that before. Liara shows up and she's like, she's the one who tried to attack me in my apartment. She's the one who just killed my informant. And we go on a car cutscene where we're pretty much chasing her car. There was no real way to lose this cutscene, but it was kind of cool. Now this is something I mentioned earlier in the game. We new to this game is ammo and ammo scarcity. Once we're done with the cutscene, we are met in a parking lot where Tila has hopped off and she's hobbling away, but her car is blocking the way she went. Now we are met with multiple upon multiple waves of these enemies. But I have like no ammo at this point, and none of these enemies drop ammo. Not a single one. So I'm stuck with sitting here trying to take out these enemies with pure abilities with my teammates who are constantly dying unless I constantly command them to go to different locations. So that was one of the most frustrating parts of this game, and it almost got even more frustrating because one of the enemies, the last enemy, got glitched under a vehicle that I could not damage with abilities. So I had to go find some modification tool to give myself ammo so I could kill this guy. Otherwise, I would have had to restart this section again and do it. So thankfully, I was able to get past that, and we go and confront Tila again. This is the first boss fight of this DLC, and it wasn't too difficult. It was just every time I shot her with my sniper, she happened to just do her ability and teleport to another area of the screen, so it really wasn't too hard. And once you got her past a certain health bar, that would be the new save point for if you died, which thankfully only happened a handful of times. We do take her out. We find out where the Shadow Brokers base is. It's a flying fortress in a location that is not very easily accessible. So we do try to talk about our relationship with Liara for a little bit before heading there, but nothing really comes of it because she's really focused on getting to her, possibly where her teammate is, because that's the whole point of this mission. She wants to go kill the Shadow Broker, because her old ally who helped her with my body, I should have mentioned this before, she was the reason why Cerberus got my body. She gave Cerberus my body. Her and her ally, I feel like there's some tension there, but obviously me and her still have this big connection. We end up landing on this sky base, taking out more of the enemies, and then we have a 5-wave rush of enemies that we have to take out, which was also very frustrating. It took me a while to do. Essentially, we respawn in the middle, enemies spawn here, then they spawn here. Then we have a wave in the front of rocket troops, which are very hard to kill, and then again the enemies spawn here, and then they spawn here. But the thing is, there's hardly any cover, and of course the allies, like I've been saying this whole game, suck ass, and they don't know what they're doing. So we had to take them out. Eventually we do get past it and we move further. We find her ally strapped to a big chair. We can't just simply take him out of the chair, otherwise he will get electrocuted to death. So we are confronted with the Shadow Broker. We have to kill him in order to turn off the controls for that. Now this was an interesting fight as we take him out for the first time. Then he activates a shield, which can't be hurt with bullets. So in order to do more damage to him, we have to go up, physically give him the hands. And that was actually kind of cool. On the third attempt after you do it, Liara throws a bunch of electrical water that's floating above him, and that burns him to a crisp. Hence, he is now dead. We free our teammate, and through a nice little cutscene, Liara becomes the new Shadow Broker, which is really cool because I hope that actually has an effect in Mass Effect 3. I assume it does, but I have no idea. Thus, this completes our DLC mission. We unlock the trophy, or the achievement, and We do a little bit more dialogue options with Liara to make sure we have locked her in for our romance option in this game, which will then tie into the third game. Following similar to what we just did, we did another DLC mission as it is tied to the achievement. This one wasn't super eventful. This Project Overlord, essentially, this rogue VI has merged with Geth technology and is sending them to attack this one base. We think we cleared out by taking out a giant satellite, which is actually really cool. But we have to go to where he's stationed. So we get there, and it turns out that the person who gave us this mission is really the cause behind all this, because he tried to merge his brother's mind with the Geth systems, which he only really did because his brother is autistic, and the way his brain works made him really compatible with the Geth, and it kind of sucked. It was really sad seeing his brother in a state of constant pain and stuff, which you can sort of tell throughout the game. We'll get bursts as you complete certain objectives throughout the mission. You'll get kind of these loud, annoying screeches from the VI, but you can tell they're kind of in pain when he's doing this. So eventually, once you beat him, we save him and we complete that mission. We do send the brother to a facility where they can hopefully help him and recover from this trauma, and we threaten the other brother with death if he ever tries to come near his brother again. We do a couple more side missions along the way, trying to get the anomaly achievement if I haven't already gotten it at this point. And then we do, I believe it's another DLC mission. I didn't expect it to be this long, but it was one that we gained when we went back to our captain's quarters and a while back ago. And one of the Alliance members asked us to go save this doctor from a Batarian prison. We go and do that. This is a mission he wants us to do alone because it's kind of a top secret thing. So that's one of the reasons why this mission sucked ass. So we save her, we go back to where she was initially stationed with her other team. They have some Reaper artifact that is telling them that Reapers are coming within days of when they get there. When we get back to the station, they're coming in days. This is another one that there used to be an achievement for, actually, that I looked up. Once you get there, they've been indoctrinated, similar to how Satan was, but they've been indoctrinated into letting this happen. Because we were all right, we need to stop this. But we get thrust into a big wave survival thing, but we don't survive. We quickly get annihilated. And like I said just moments ago, there was an achievement for this at one point, but that got removed, I guess, in the Legendary Edition. I'm not complaining because I really didn't want to sit there and deal with that. We wake up in a prison cell, and we have a fun little mechanic where we get to control one of the little mechs, and we have to free ourselves with it, which is pretty cool. I enjoyed it. We do decide that we have to blow up this the relays that we use to travel between different systems. We have to blow it up, otherwise the Reapers are going to show up within minutes or hours. I can't quite remember, but the indoctrinated doctor that we saved is not having any of that. She'd rather blow up the entire asteroid than allow that happen. Blow a station up that's on the asteroid. The station is on an asteroid, and she'd rather blow up the entire asteroid and everybody on it than allow it to blow up the mass relay. But blowing up the mass relay doesn't just come with saving people from getting the Reapers. The amount of force that these mass relays have is insane. It will destroy the entire system that is connected to it. We lose over, I think, in the hundreds of thousands of Batarians get lost. We eventually stop her from blowing up the ship, or the station, and the asteroid. We watch it crash into the mass relay, and unfortunately a lot of lives are lost, but it is necessary to stop the Reapers from coming. That was the last thing we did in the stream because I wanted to save the final set of missions for the next day when I was fully rested and had more energy. We got 11 achievements today. That was the most we've gotten in any of the streams.
Damn. I wouldn't need anything from that area.
14, everybody. Final day of the challenge. When we load up the game, we started doing another one of the DLC missions that's available to us, but quickly realized I'm not going to enjoy doing this. So we just say screw that and continue on. This is where we start the IFF, the point of no return mission. We have to go back onto another collector ship, collect a device that will allow us to travel through the Omega 4 relay and into the collector home base. This is the point of no return, where I'll go into it in a little bit, but this is where
The Reaper's Mass Effect fields are still active.
if you have not done any loyalty missions, you're screwed. When landing on the other collector ship, we run into a bunch of husks and abominations, and eventually we get into a room where it looks like there's a rogue Geth helping us. He's sniping them from afar and taking them out as we go, but we don't get any dialogue. He knows who we are, but we don't know who they are. So we continue on. I'm just using my stealth ability to make my way through this because I'm quickly trying to get through this part of the game. We get to the end, we do die, but then we load back in really close to the exit. So we take out those enemies blocking the door, and we continue. We're then met with the thing we came here for, the Reaper IFF. We take it and go into the next room, where we're met with a cutscene of this strange Geth device attempting to shut down the Reaper core, which is what we're here for. Now, in this part, it wasn't too hard. It was just a lot of looping the abominations and husks in a circle, waiting for the core to open up so I could shoot it, and eventually we take it out and we leave. We bring the Reaper device, we bring the Geth with us back on board. We have a discussion amongst everybody deciding whether we should keep it, or we should activate it, or what should we do. We do end up activating it and keeping it, gaining us our final companion, who we now decide to call Legion, because all Geth are essentially one being. There is no individual Geth, they all are one collective mind. We also go and get his loyalty mission. We have to do his loyalty mission now, or we will be facing consequences later, so we go and do that. Essentially what our mission here is to send out a virus that will destroy all of the Geth that have been under the influence of the Reapers. Since they all hatched one shared mind when they got affected with this virus, they now believe in whatever the Reapers tell them to do. So now there's two separate factions of the Geth and these Geth. So our objective is to go and send out a virus that will kill all these infected Geth. But halfway through, Legion tells us we can actually change it and reset their memory so they all now believe in the same thing once again. So, of course, once we click through multiple different waves and withstand one of those missions where you just kind of sit and you hold down a spot for a minute, we do it successfully and we reset everybody, because I think this affects us further down the line in the next game. We then make a quick daring escape from the ship, and that's it. We've gained all 12 companions and their loyalty missions. And this is the second thing of the instance I brought up before. Similar to Miranda and Jack, now we have Tali and Legion having an argument, because Tali finds Legion scanning Tali's Omni tool and start information that is very secure and private. Tali is not very happy with this because she's afraid that Legion is going to share this information with the Geth, since they have had battles many times between Tali's, the Quarians, and the Geth. We do have enough points to successfully Paragon our way out of it, I believe. But after that, we are able to quickly start the next mission, the final mission. Before we can actually do that, we are met with a cutscene of unfortunate events. I'll let it play out for you.
clear the tower. Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's right, the collectors have now boarded our ship because the IFF that we collected was giving them our signal and our location. So now, for better words, they are now coming and collecting our crew. All of us had seemingly taken a shuttle trip off the Normandy for some reason. So I don't know what I was trying to say there, but yes, they are now gone. So now none of our direct companions are in danger. We are given control of Joker. We have to hobble around the ship, making our way to allow Edie, the AI of the ship, to do what she needs to do. And eventually she purges everything who's gone and gets the ship cleared. We wake back up with Joker, speaking with Miranda and Shepard about what just happened, and then that's it. This is the point of no return. We've already hit it, so now we have to go finish the mission. We do get a nice cutscene of Shepard back up in his quarters, looking at a picture of Liara, remembering what all this is for. I mentioned this before, but since we locked that happened because we locked in with Liara during the Shadowbroker DLC, but this doesn't actually count towards the achievement, so I had to do a quick little save edit and make it so that I romance Tali throughout the games, and then we still get to see some fun things. So here,
I've taken some antibiotics.
it's text time, boys.
I was going to bring music, but I didn't know what you'd like. And
There it goes. That's stupid. That's genuinely stupid.
I want this to work. I've thought it over. I've minimized the risks, but I'm still nervous, and that always makes me talk too much. It's a defense mechanism, and it's stupid, and people who just see the helmet can't see my expression, so I have to make it clear what I'm feeling.
her love scene, we get the achievement, and we're good. I go back to the other save, so Liara is still my choice for the third. I haven't mentioned it before, but the ship does have upgrades as well that you have to get, because 3 of these in particular are very important to the game. If you do not get them, some of your crewmates, your companions, will die before you even start the final mission, like on the ground. But thankfully we got all 3 parts that we needed, and we eventually crash land on the ship, but their systems never really expected another ship to land on them, so they don't really know we're here. Upon landing, we have to select our crew. We send Tali to go do the vent system because she's our tech expert, and we send Garrus to go lead the secondary team with everybody except the 2 people we take with us. So we're doing this, and as we're doing this, we happen to have a timer in the bottom, which is telling us that the heat of the vents that Tali is in is constantly getting hotter, and we have to constantly go and release the pressure so she won't die. Eventually we get through this part, we get through the doors that she has to open, and we all meet back up. We find our crew that was abducted. Thankfully they're all still alive because we didn't do anything extra after the Reaper IFF mission. If we had done anything extra, the crew slowly would have started to die. At this point we have to separate our teams again. We need a biotic person to give us a shield while we traverse through the swarms that are on this planet. The ship. Then we need another secondary leader, so we send Garrus again because he did such a good time. And then we need to send somebody to take these survivors back to the Normandy. We send Morden as he's a doctor, and we'd love to see how these people survived, I assume. So we send him and everything's good. They make it back. We get to the final stretch of the game where we now have to select 2 more people to take us with the final little stretch of the game. We bring Miranda and we bring Thane. On our way to the final part of the game, we have met with more of those floating tile section things from the collectorship mission before, which gave me slight PTSD because I really did not have a fun time doing that mission. But eventually we get there, and what we find is absolutely insane. And that's right, it is a Reaper human larva. It is some giant skeleton-looking thing that is both Reaper and human. We take out waves of enemies as we also wait for openings on the ejector tubes to open up, so we shoot those. It falls down, we assume it's dead. We start to rig the ship to explode, not before Luciman tells us, hey, don't destroy the ship. Let's take that thing and bring it back with us so we can inspect it. But I'm like, no, this thing is, excuse me, this thing is an abomination. Absolutely not. So we then blow it up, but not before we actually kill it ourselves. It shows back up, we have to shoot its weak points, and then we escape, causing the tiles that we're all on to start to blow up. We wake back up, unconscious, minutes, maybe seconds even, before the ship is exploding. So we all run, we have a nice little cutscene. Joker's even there to help us out, shooting away. We get on the ship, and that's it. The game's done. We popped the last couple of achievements, and there we go. 100% done with Mass Effect 2 on one single run. Mass Effect 2 still holds up to what I remembered as a kid. There was a lot of things that I don't remember, but that's mainly because it was probably 10 plus years ago that I played this game for the first time, and there was a lot of stuff that was in it that I didn't know about, like the 2 DLC characters plus the DLCs in general. I'd never played those before. There were still a lot of things that gave me issues. Essentially, the AI felt even worse than the first game. The Metagel system I did not enjoy, and the ammo system was even worse, mainly due to that one scene during the Shadowbroker DLC. That was absolutely pitiful. I hated that. I think the ammo system is still relevant in 3. I don't remember. We'll find out when we start those streams. Overall, I do give this game, I would say, an 8 out of 10, similar to Mass Effect 1. I still really enjoyed playing it, even though there was a lot of frustrating moments in it, but I still really had fun playing it. But that's it. We did it. That's the end of the video. Let me know what you guys think of this format with me here standing over the video. I'm trying it differently because rewatching the first video, I could tell my voice was very plain and very monotone, I'm gonna say. But I'm trying it this way. I may sound a little sick, but that's because I am. I really wanted to get this video out before, we wanted to get it up on the Wednesday before it came out, but it's gonna go up hopefully Friday. Today, whenever you're watching it. But yes, thank you guys if you enjoyed. Hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comment any games you want me to know 100%. I have the next 2 games I'm going to be doing, hopefully before Monster Hunter comes out. I do have that MMO video I want to get out. But thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Remember, you guys are awesome. Just who you are. Bye, guys. In order to 100% Mass Effect 3, I'm going to need to beat the game on Insanity mode, get multiple achievements tied to multiple different ability combinations, as well as start the game on New Game Plus for a very stupid reason. So grab a bowl of ramen, sit down, and let's get the video started. It's here, guys. Final stretch of the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, the trilogy that started this game franchise. So on day 15 or day 1 of this challenge, we load up to the usual importing of our old save into the new game. So the game gives us a quick little recap of what transpired during Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2. So then we get to see stuff like that. We get a nice little cutscene of Anderson and Hackett speaking with each other. Can't really see either of them right now, but we do see a massive fleet overlooking Earth, which I believe it's probably the Alliance fleet, which makes more sense. They're talking about something's coming, and it's faster than they thought it was. Cut to Shepard. He's looking out the window in this apartment that he's looking at. He's not in his uniform. He's not in like the civilian gear that we gave him in the last game. But he sees this small kid. He's just playing with like a spaceship. And then we get to meet James Vega. James Vega is an Alliance Marine. He's here to tell us that the Defense Committee wants to speak with us. He's unsure why, so we follow him out. We do run into Anderson again, and he makes a joke of us looking a little softer on the edges, as it's been some time since we've been relieved of duty, which makes it clear that some time has passed between Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Haven't gone too much into detail about how long it's been just yet. It will later. Anderson tells us that something big is coming towards Earth, and that's why we saw the cutscene earlier with the fleet overlooking Earth. Shepard believes that the committee is going to be just as useless as the Council, and I haven't met these guys yet, but I believe Shepard, so they are more than likely correct. They are just as useless. We learn that the reason that Shepard has been grounded again and lost availability of Normandy was due to the actions from the DLC where we blew up the relay that killed all of those Batarians. And I'm pretty sure this is the main catalyst at the start. I think it just changes up how that necessarily works. From looking into it for a quick minute, if we didn't do it, it's just some random fleet that did it instead. So regardless, due to the mass relay that got exploded during that one DLC, we get grounded and we are no longer able to fly to Normandy.
As we're on our way to meet the defense committee, we run into an old friend. Actually, she's a lieutenant commander now. She's moving up in these ranks. She's not as pissed off to see us this time as she was in Mass Effect 2. We have a quick little word with her, and then we head in to speak with the committee. The council is completely confused. They have no idea what's going on, but they should, because we told them 2+ years ago that the Reapers are coming. They're not just gonna not come. We said they're coming, we faced them, but they don't believe us. We suddenly lose communication with the moon base, as well as getting multiple distress signals from around the world. And then the next thing you know, there's a Reaper right outside this building we are in, and it instantly starts causing chaos. After the cutscene, Anderson and I are fine. We make it out of the building, and we start running around on the rooftops of the building we were in. We are introduced to some new movement mechanics, but they're fine, they're not too big of an issue. But our dreaded ammo system is back from Mass Effect 2. We don't get to escape it, it's still here. As we're running through the buildings and the roofs of them, we're met into a new enemy type of Reaper. It's the cannibals. They are able to throw grenades at us, which becomes really annoying later in the game, as well as shoot at us, but we still get to meet our good friends. Well, we do get to a radio where we're waiting for the Normandy to come pick us up. This is a good spot in the beginning of the game because for some reason I'll explain this more later, our cooldowns for our abilities were really short. So I was able to combine 2 of my abilities that I had, which was making good progression on one of our achievements that we needed to do, which was to combine the effects of 2 biotic abilities. Eventually the Normandy does show up, but Anderson's not leaving. He's gonna stay on Earth to fight the good fight and defend as best he can against the Reaper invasion. As we're leaving, he reinstates us as commander of the Normandy, so back at it again for some more crazy, wacky space adventures. But then we do unfortunately see a small child that we saw earlier from who was playing with the model spaceship. He gets into a shuttle, but the shuttle gets destroyed by the Reapers. Right off the bat, this game is like tugging at your heartstrings, and it's not the first time this game will do it, and it's definitely not the last time this game will do it. For some reason, this game really tugged at my heartstrings, and I'll get more into it later when we get to the more like deeper stuff. But yeah, we successfully escaped the Earth that's being attacked by Reapers. Back on the Normandy, James isn't too happy that he's leaving Earth and the fight behind, but we quickly tell him what's what and put him down back into his place, and we then go have a nice video call with Hackett in this new room situation that we have, telling us we need to go to an Alliance outpost over on Mars as it has lost communication because they believe Cerberus is attacked. And who would you guess is there? Our good pal Liara. So we get to meet up with our girl Liara once again. Once we land on Mars, we do learn of a new mechanic the game adds, weapon weight or carry load. So you can't have too many weapons on your character at one time, or your cooldowns start increasing dramatically. I had a sniper on, or maybe an AR on at some point. If I had both those types of weapons on and my pistol, shotgun, and SMG, my recharge rate is time is 200%, which makes being able to use abilities not viable at all. We also learned that the game has like a new kind of decapitation system. I shot a soldier in the head with the sniper and it just exploded. I was so confused because I don't think that's ever happened in the other 2 games, so it really threw me for a loop. Upon entering the facility, we run into our girl Liara. She's back, baby, as a playable party member for the full game this time. So we end up sending James back to the shuttle because there's a big storm coming. We need him to make sure he's there so he can pick us up if need be. So now we got a classic team up from Mass Effect 1. We got Ashley on one hand and Liara on the other. We learn that they're here because they discovered an ancient Prothean weapon blueprint, and that is also why Cerberus is here because they want it for themselves. We make our way through the facility, learning about a new combo ability that it's not a combo ability, but it's a combination of the different abilities that we can use. We can use Liara's Singularity with my throw ability, as I have a cooldown, or the way the upgrading system works with the skills is a lot different. But essentially, if my push ability hits an enemy with another ability attached to it, like Liara's Singularity, the cooldown will auto refresh. It also does a lot of damage, so it almost instantly kills them. So I use that throughout like the entire game. So Liara is always with my party if I have the option to. We do make our way to where the data on this device we label the Crucible is, but we also have a nice little virtual chat with the Elusive Man again. He's here and he is one of the main antagonists of this game, as he wants the Crucible because he, like in the end of Mass Effect 2, wants to control the Reapers. He doesn't want to destroy them, he wants to control them and take them for himself, because he, of course he does. We quickly find out that he's not too happy about us abandoning servers as well as destroying the collector base at the end of the last game. So then we have to chase. It's a very unwinnable, unlosable chase sequence between an android that he has there who is deleting the data, so we can't get it, but we end up chasing her up until where the designated spot is that the games like to do with these types of things, causing her. She's about to escape on her shuttle, but James comes roaring in and breaks their ship, almost breaking ours. Ashley decides to go and investigate the android, but she's quickly grabbed by the throat, I believe, and just beaten. She's getting beat up, and it looks like she's going to die. And I wasn't upset. I was upset, but I was more so upset that out of everything that this character has gone through in this game series, that's what she dies to. I understand androids are very strong, and getting thrown up against a metal ship or being beaten by one of them is very damaging. But we stopped the android. We take the android with us. We also take Ashley with us back to the Normandy. And then the guard tells us we need to get medical care for Ashley or she's going to die. We don't have the right kind of medical care on this ship. So then we have to go to the Citadel. Upon landing, we're now met with former Captain Bailey, now Commander Bailey. He's not too happy with this change because he's just kind of sitting behind a desk all day, not doing a whole lot, just dealing with like political people. And he's not too happy, but he's dealing with it because it pays. He lets us know that the council is expecting us as what just happened on Earth. So we tell him we'll go see them eventually. We do pick up a kind of like news reporter type person, not the same one from the first two games, but a different one. She boards the Normandy to do like stories while she's there, and occasionally she'll come up to the room and ask us some questions. So we decide we're gonna go visit Ashley in the hospital first, and we run into our good friend Dr. Chocolate. She's here, and we recruit her back to the Normandy. So now we got another OG crew member back with us. We check with Ashley. She's currently unconscious, but we leave her with a nice like message. Hopefully she can get on. We also do run into Dr. Michelle. She was the doctor from Mass Effect 1 when we were looking for information about Tali, and she was being attacked by those the Fist soldiers, or grunts, whatever you want to call them. She was being attacked by the grunts, and Garrus was there to help her. It was really cool to see her again. I didn't recognize her at first, but once I looked it up, I was like, oh, that's her. She's from the first game. After roaming around the Citadel a bit, we do go speak with the council. They, of course, tell us they can't really help us because they are also dealing with the Reapers attacking their home world, which makes sense, but it's still frustrating. They're also not too keen on helping with us because last time we worked with the council, we sort of, sacrificed them to save the human alliance ships and Dauber, and they're still a little salty about that. They're not those guys, they're new people. They don't have names, I don't think. I think they're all just Turian Counselor, Asari Counselor, and Solarian Counselor. And we also have Udina, he's here. Hello. We give them the blueprint for the Crucible, and we tell them that, unfortunately, the only reason it was never used before was it wasn't finished. The Protheans couldn't find or weren't able to use this thing called Catalyst. But unfortunately, as useful as Council is, they can't help us because they're dealing with their own shit right now. So we leave, we meet with Udina, and the Turian Council actually shows up to tell us, hey, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. He needs help going and get the Primarch from their planet's moon because the planet is currently being under attack. So we're like, all right, fine, we'll help you, you help us. They have like a meeting that's going on with the Turians and Solarians, so they need their person for that. Before he leaves, he does tell us that the council has reinstated us as a Spectre. Once again, we're a Spectre, and whatever stuff that comes with. Before leaving the Citadel, we do run into that reporter from the first two games. And I guess I made the angry choices because I try to punch her, she dodges, and then she tries to go to punch me, and I dodge, and I still punch her. So regardless, she gets beat up. I don't think I fought her in the last two games, like the last two times we saw her. I know I did in the Insanity run on Mass Effect 1 when I had to replay through the game. But I didn't do that on my normal playthrough, but I guess that's what I was doing in this game. As we reboard the we are met with a slow-mo cutscene of like a nightmare sequence where we were chasing that small child we saw who was flying the airplane and we couldn't save him successfully. We were following him, we're chasing him, but as we're just about to catch him, he just burns. He burns to a crisp, thus waking us from this nightmare. Liara is there to help calm our nerves and ease our tensions a little bit, but we are then interrupted by our new Kelly, essentially. She does the same thing Kelly does. She stands exactly where Kelly was last game. She'll let us know if we have any private messages at our terminal, if any of our crewmates need anything. And you can even flirt with her a little bit. And she's not a major character, but I think she's a love interest that you can have. But it might be if you're the female shepherd, because I know there's a male version of that. There's a male crewmate that you can romance, but only if you are the male version of shepherd. After speaking with the new Kelly, we go and have a nice video chat with Hackett again, and he pretty much tells us, you need to do whatever you can to get more allies for this war. We need as many as we can if we even gonna stand a chance against the Reapers. Then we go exploring the ship a bit. Some new additions. We have the war room, which shows where our war assets are, which I'll constantly be looking at to make sure I have enough for the game. We go visit where Miranda's room used to be. It's now Liara's setup. She pretty much brought all of her stuff from the Shadowbroker stuff. So now all her little Shadowbroker screens are here, and she's doing all this illegal activity on our ship. That's fine because we care for her very much. We do have a short little intimate cutscene, which I thought we were going to bang immediately, like within the first couple hours of the game. I was like, oh, that was fast. But no, it was just like, maybe later, Shepard, maybe later, if you're like. But then before ending the stream, we end up doing the new probing system, which is essentially we go to a system, we scan. There's going to be 2 or 3 things usually. One of them is always fuel for the ship, and the other is a planet that we scan, which will give us either salvage, credits, a mission item, which I will go more into in the closing thoughts because don't even get me started on that. And then we end the stream today. We got a total of 9 achievements today. Day 16, we start up wherever we left off on day 15, on the Normandy. We load up into some more side missions because I'm trying to make sure I do all of the side missions before the main missions so that I can get every single asset that I need. Plus, there are certain side missions that are tied to achievements that I need to do before doing certain priority missions, but I will get into that later as well. This mission was quite simple. We landed on a Cerberus lab, we killed some enemies, grabbed some items, waited for the shuttle to get back. A lot of the side missions are very short and concise, so they don't take up too much time, which is very good and very Afterwards, we do start up another side mission where we're going to retrieve a Prothean artifact. And guess where this mission is? It's right on that planet where we started this whole crazy adventure. Eden Prime. We are back to this goddamn planet where all of our troubles started. We unearthed looks like to be a pod of some sort. We're unsure what it is, but we roam the facility around, killing more Cerberus agents. Until we eventually find out how to open this pod. And when we do, it's a living Prothean, one that has been in cryosleep since probably 50,000 years ago. We get some lore on what happened between the Protheans and the Reapers all way back when. We get to see some cutscenes of what happened. We find out how our guy got into his cryopod and has been asleep for over 50,000 years. We save him, we fight some mechs, more troopers, and we board back onto the Normandy, and we have a nice cutscene between us, him, and the crew. They're unsure if this guy is safe or not. We learn his name is Havik, or Javik, however you want to pronounce it, and he becomes a crew member in just a little bit. He's not available for us right at the start, but he was also DLC, if I remember correctly, because I don't remember seeing him in the base game, and I think he is a DLC character similar to how we had Zaid and Kasumi. Or Kasumi, sorry. I think I've been saying her name wrong this entire time. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Javik is a DLC character. We do some more planet probing as we're looking for more assets because even though they may be giving us small dosages of asset funds, they will be helping us in the long run. We go to save the Turian Primarch from the Turian Palavan's moon. Palavan is their home world. Moon is where they're currently stationed a bit. Because their home world is being overrun by Reapers, which isn't great. So we go there, we talk to the person in charge, we go reboot a communications tower, we come back, and we are met with a familiar face. Can you guess who it is? These are your options. I'll give you 5 seconds. Guess. That's right, it's Garrus! He's back, another OG member, and it's really cool. Obviously we have another crew member who comes back later, but Garrus is one of the only crew members that we get in all 3 games as a playable party member super early on. Like, he's one of the first people we get in Mass Effect 1. He's one of the first missions you can do in Mass Effect 2. And this is the first, like, priority mission that you can do. Or maybe not priority mission, but it's one of the first missions where you get a new teammate, because Javik doesn't really count because he was DLC. This is literally the first companion you get in the game if you don't do the DLC mission, which is really cool. Like, Garrus comes back. Like, Liara's here, but she wasn't really a playable party member into. You get to use her in the DLC, but that's about it. After meeting up with Garrus, he joins our team, and we are then met with a nice fun little minigame type thing. It's not really a minigame, but we get to go on a mounted turret, shooting husks as they are trying to climb the walls and get past the barrier. After doing so, we get a little cutscene of us falling down, and we're met with another new enemy type. This game has a lot of new enemy types. From the Reapers, it's a brute. We take him out while doing a certain thing to get an achievement. We have to take him out as he's charging at us. So we get that, we get the achievement, and we continue on. Oh yeah, by the way, the Primarch we came here for is dead. So we have to go find the new one who is on the moon, so happen chance. So we get to where he is currently at, we clear out the Reapers that he's currently fighting, and then we have to, before he will agree to join us, he needs help on his planet, so he wants the Krogan, of all people, to come help. So now we have to go and try and get the Krogan to agree to join this war and join our big group effort of the Reapers, which shouldn't be too bad, because we know 2 Krogans. We're friends with 2 Krogan. We got Rex and we got Grunt. We should be fine, right? Right? Afterwards, agreeing to this, Victus does join the crew as well as Garrus. Garrus is now a playable party member, and Victus is just kind of on the ship for now. When we get back to the ship, we are met with a cutscene of us running to where we left the android from Mars. Eva, I think her name was. It's causing a big commotion on the ship. We don't know what's happening. We run to it, we find out that Edie, our AI system for the ship, has taken over the body. So now she has a physical form, which also gives us another playable character, another playable party member that we can use. Before continuing on with the Turian missions, we head back to the Citadel to check up on Ashley, as every once in a while it'll tell us that we can check up on her via our emails. So we go there. As we're going to the hospital, we run into Thane again, our boy Thane, the assassin. I sure hope nothing bad happens to Thane. As you know, he was sick in the last game, so he was slowly dying as it was, and it hasn't gotten any better in this game. So he's still dying, he's still slowly dying, but he's not going around killing anybody anymore. He's not going around shooting suicide missions up. He's here. He's reconciled with his son Kolyat that we helped save in Mass Effect 2 as we successfully did his loyalty mission. We find out he's also here leading the physical therapy groups, which is really nice for Thane. It makes me feel really happy that he's doing well, even though he's dying. He's not too upset about it. We do go speak with Ashley again, and we get some more information on how she's feeling. After we do get to meet our favorite badass Asari, Aria from the Omega Complex. She's here on the Citadel as the Cerberus has pretty much kicked her off of Omega. We'll go more into that later, essentially, kind of, when we get into the Omega DLC. But she's here. She tells us she can get us help from the groups from before, the 3 mercenary groups, the Blue Suns, the Eclipse, and the Blood Packs. So we need to go find their leaders, do their little side missions, and get them to join our cause. And then we run around doing some more side content, and we accidentally start the Leviathan DLC, but after doing the short little investigation scene, we're able to not continue that, because I don't really want to do that just yet. We'll get more into that later. Upon returning to the Normandy, we do end up starting another side mission, which is tied to an achievement. A facility that is used to train and help students learn their biotic abilities is under attack by Cerberus. This is the same school we sent David to from the VI Overlord DLC mission back in Mass Effect 2. So that was fun. When we get there, Cerberus is there. They are trying to steal these children because Cerberus is a bunch of assholes, and they're trying to progress humanity. But as we're there, we run into Jack, our good friend. She's doing really well for herself. She's got a little hair going now, unlike me. But she's also really developed as a character as well. She's become more empathetic towards these group of kids that she's here helping train their abilities. She's got her own little squad, which is cool. We get there and we help them escape. We have a nice little cutscene of between us and David, and it was another really heartwarming, touching moment that I was not expecting from this game.
Sorry. It was never your fault. Has Grissom Academy been all right?
Yes. I've been counting.
Anything in particular?
The number of days you lengthened my life.
After successfully getting the students out of there and escaping, we do gain some more war assets as well as finishing up them. We do end the stream today, and today we got 7 achievements. On day 17, we load back up into the Citadel to meet an old friend. Miranda's here. She tells us she's worried. She hasn't been able to contact her sister, and she's worried that her father is more involved again. Her father's trying to do something to get her sister. The sister that we helped save in Mass Effect 2 during her loyalty mission. We tell her we're here to help, but she's like, if I ever need a door kicked down, I know who to call. So we let her go do her thing. Afterwards, we do check back over with Ashley again as she's moving, she's ready to go, and she's been offered the position of Spectre, just like us. So she ends up accepting Udina's offer, and in the long run, looking back at it now, I see why this happened. I thought it was just a good thing that happened for Ashley because she's been crazy hardworking. She's a lieutenant commander, and now she's going to be a Spectre. But now I see why that happened, and you will too in just a bit. We return back to space, looking for some more anomalies on the planets, and we eventually decide, okay, it's time to start this beating between the Turians, Solarians, and now the Krogan. We start off, they're already arguing before we even get there. The Turian, Victus, he's like, all right, I'm not trying to beat around the bush, Rex. What do you want? And he's like, a cure for my people. And of course, the Solarian is not too happy about this. She's like, no. We did what we did to you all those years ago for a very good reason. And Rex said, no more. You want my help?
The genophage is
You fix my people.
The Krogan have paid for their mistakes.
So we eventually agreed to do that. Obviously, I agreed to do that because Rex is our buddy. Runt is our buddy. Why would we not help our buddy? She's not too happy about that, but we do get some footage from Rex that he has from an inside source of the Solarian homeworld where they have captured any remaining survivors from Malon, Morden's assistant from his loyalty mission, any surviving female Krogans. They have some there and they aren't gonna let them go. So she tells us where it is, he tells us where the base location is begrudgingly, and we end up heading there. Upon loading into the mission, we pick Liara and Garrus again, because we got the OG crew, and we do get a nice little cutscene between Garrus, Liara, and Rex, because he is also on the ship, or shuttle, and it's fun, because they're all from the first game, they all have a nice little communication with each other. Upon landing, we are immediately met with hostility, because they didn't know we were coming, and Rex does not take too well to aggression, so he gets ready to start fucking up these Solarians, but eventually someone shows up, tells us, hey, we just found out, chill, we're cool. They tell us Rex has to stay where he is currently. He can't come with us into the base. So we roam around, we end up going down to where the Krogans are, the female Krogans, and we run into our good friend Morden! Woo, Morden! I sure hope nothing happens to my friend Morden! As we're speaking with Morden, Cerberus is here. They are attacking the base because they also probably don't want to secure the Krogans because that probably wouldn't be too good for them either. So we clear out ways and ways Cerberus troops as we successfully extract Morden and the last female Krogan who is currently cured from the genophage, because some were cured during Malon's experiments, and she is the last surviving one. So we need to successfully get her out of here so they can continue to work on the cure for the Genophage. Doing so, we're good. Now we have Morden, Rex, and the new female Krogan who we dub Eve. Isn't that biblical? Back on the Normandy, we check in with Hackett, letting him know we are doing our best to work out peace between the Turians, Solarians, and Krogan. And we meet up with Rex and Victus again.
Is there anything else?
Rex is still no-go on helping them out until the cure is actually made. He's like, no, I want it made before I even bother helping you guys. After speaking with them, both Victus and Rex want to speak with us privately about something. Hence, they're about to give us some side missions that we need to do. Victus's mission in the long run was his son was sent on a secret mission that he's not going to tell us about. And we have to go figure that out when we get there. When we do get there, his son was sent to retrieve a bomb the Turians planted on Tuchanka a long time ago in case the Krogans ever started to revolt again, which not very good. I see why it's secretive, but you shouldn't have done that in the first place. That's kind of fucked up. But anyways, we do successfully, it's a two-parter mission. We get there, we save his troops who are being overrun, then we go to where the bomb site is. Fortunately, Victus's son dies in an effort to contain the blast of the bomb, because as he's trying to disarm it, Cerberus had messed with the bomb, so he wasn't able to successfully just disarm the bomb normally. He had to detach it from where it was and let it drop into a hole and then explode, unfortunately sacrificing himself. Victus does see the consequences of not telling us what was happening beforehand, and him and Grunt aren't too happy about this, that there's a bomb on the planet. Grunt understands after I'm like, hey, stop fighting each other, fight the Reapers. And he lost his son, so Rex is like, okay,
in the Turian's place, you would have.
Rex's mission is essentially some more Krogans are off doing a scouting mission, and they have gone silent. So we go there, and we run into our good pal Grunt. We have another moment with our OG crew member. I see why none of them, besides Garrus, is a playable party member. So we do that mission. We find out that the Rachni are back. They have been also started to become controlled by the Reapers, which is really unfortunate because they're supposed to be our allies. We make our way through these caves, fighting off Rachni and a new Rachni enemy, which is also a Reaper enemy. These guys are called Ravagers, and they pack a punch. You see their blue lasers shooting at you or aiming at you? Stop. Those things hurt. But we do end up making our way to the end of the cave system. We find the Rachni Queen. She's here. She's still alive. She's still kicking, but she's not looking too great because the Reapers are kind of like fucked her up a bit. We do come to a decision where we either let her go or let her stay here and die, which is really unfortunate because letting her go is going to sacrifice Grunt's team because they're holding back the line, but letting her die will save Grunt's team and get us some more assets. It's like there's a very small like difference in saving her and then letting Grunt's team die in terms of overall war assets. Plus, we also got Rex's loyalty mission. Rex is with us, by the way. He's helping us at this point. He's not with his squad anymore, the elite Krogan warriors. So he won't be there with them as they die. But we do gain his loyalty from the last game, so we do get a couple more points in terms of overall alliance points if we keep them. So we do save the Rachni Queen, gaining both Rachni forces plus Rex. For now. As we're leaving, we are getting overrun by more and more Rachni, and Grunt decides, you guys go, I will hold them off. And it looks like he dies. He's fighting his way away. He's fighting his life out, and it fades to black, and we're boarding the ship. We're getting ready to leave. Well, where's Grunt? He's not here. But there he comes! He shows up. He's alive. He's bloody as hell from all the fucking Rachni he just killed, but he's alive. And this again, just like touched me in the heart. And it's so weird that it did that because, like I've said multiple times, I'm gonna keep saying it. Mass Effect 1 and 2 didn't really have what felt like emotional stakes to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I've been playing these games back to back to back, and I did their loyalty missions, and we just survived a big suicide mission altogether. And maybe it's the scoring of it, because a good scoring of a video game can start tugging at your emotions as well. But successfully we save him, thus gaining us the Arachne as allies. They will be helping us build the Crucible, which is odd. I didn't think bug things could help build things. Sure. And we gain Rex. Grunt. Grunt is now a asset in the war. I mentioned it before, if you didn't get Grunt's loyalty during this mission, if you had saved the Arachne Queen, Grunt dies here. He's dead. He dies in this part of the game. No more Grunt. Bye-bye.
Understood.
But we successfully were able to gain his loyalty in the last game, so he survives. That's the only reason he survived. And that's actually where we ended the stream. I did a little bit early. We actually did the Krogan missions first, and then we did the Turian mission. We did the Krogan mission first, because it was one singular mission, and then we did the Turian mission. We didn't even finish that until the next day worth of stream. So I will have to figure out how I'm going to cut this all up. So good job me not reading the script I spent 2-3 days working on. Yippee! Today we only got 3 achievements, and that's going to be a trend for the next couple days worth of streams, where we only got a couple because they're very far. Okay, day 18. Like I said before, this is I started speaking out of order. Day 18 when we started up doing the Victor stuff, but I'll just cut up. Alright, I finished up the Victor stuff. I'll cut up the footage and mash it with audio like I've been doing anyway. So yeah, after that, but now it's time to secure the Genophage. So we get a nice cutscene between Mordin, Rex, and Eve, and Victus telling them we need to go figure out how we're gonna do this. We need to go to Tachanka, go to this thing called the Shroud, and disperse this cure, because it will disperse it in like it affects the atmosphere of the planet. So it'll disperse around the atmosphere, thus curing every Krogan here. I'm falling as I do that. You don't see what I'm doing with my feet, but I'm moving around. Shortly after the discussion with their game plan, we get a message, we get a video call from the Dalatrax, the lady who wasn't too keen on us curing the Genophage in the first place. She tells us that they had sabotaged the Shroud a long time ago, and that even if we think we cure the Genophage, it's not going to work. So she wants us to not tell Mordin about this, because if we tell Mordin, he'll be able to quickly fix it and do the thing. But no, we like Rex. We like the Krogans. They may be extreme, but we like them. So we're going to allow them to cure the thing. Upon landing on Tachanka, we load in with our crew, Liara and Garrus, and we were met with some other Krogan leaders. We first have to take out some husks who are in the area. Upon doing so, we are then met with the rest of the Krogan leaders. They aren't too happy that Mordin is here because he's a Solarian. He's one of the reasons why they can't have babies and all that stuff. So we have to disperse that conversation, but thankfully Eve shows up and she's like, yo, chill. We're all friends here. So we're cool. We devise our plan. We're going to send the Turians. They're going to be fighting the Reaper. Oh yeah, there's a Reaper here too. Attacking the Shroud, because they know what it does probably, I guess. But it's here, it's attacking stuff. So our plan is to send the Turians in their ships to attack the Reaper, to distract it, so that we can use our tanks and stuff that the Krogans have to take out the Reaper. But it turns out there's a roadblock in the way, so we can't go that way. The Reaper finds us, and the Turians are getting their asses beat by the Reaper. So we have to separate from the group as they go do their thing. We go through these ancient Krogan ruins of an ancient city that they used to live in, that they no longer live in due to them bombing their own planet. Eventually we do get to find out there is an even bigger Thresher Maw in this world that we dealt with prior. It's the mother of all Thresher Maws apparently, and we have to make our way through the civilizations until we get to the meeting point again. We find out that they've come up with a plan to use this giant Thresher Maw to take out the Reaper, and it works out really well and very cool.
cutscene that hopefully we'll never have to deal with that stupid thing. So we get there, we are, before it does kill it, we have to go summon, which yeah, that was fun. We're running through this area where there's multiple spawning brutes. Doesn't matter how many you take out, which I found out. They'll just keep spawning, but you also have to avoid the Reaper. It is currently stepping on us, and I got stepped on a bunch. Normally that's not a bad thing, but it was in this instance. So we summoned the 2 big bells that we used like during Grunt's Loyalty mission to summon the Thresher Maw Queen. I don't remember what its name is, but it takes out a Reaper.
Ooh, cutscene. That is a big Thresher Maw. Idiot. That is a massive Thresher Maw, dude. Oh, bitch. You broke the bridge. Why am I glad that thing is not currently trying to kill me and I don't need to attempt it.
We get to the shroud, it's crumbling, it's coming down, it's not gonna last very long. But thankfully, since we told the group about the sabotage done to the shroud, Morton is able to fix it. But in order to do that, he needs to take the elevator to go to the top of it.
Vice. Is it getting shot at? Good thing I kept it. Oh, that's a good thing we kept the data then.
You're going up there? Yes. Manual access required. Have to counteract STG sabotage. Ensure cure dispersed properly. Morton, this whole thing is coming apart. There's got to be another way.
I swear to God, if they kill Morden, I don't remember how this goes.
Not coming back. Suggest you get clear. Explosion likely to be problematic. Morton, no. Shepard, please. Need to do this. My project, my work, my cure, my responsibility. Would have liked to see how it ends. Sure. I'm sorry. I'm not. Had to be.
Someone else might have got it wrong.
Someone else might have gotten it wrong. Classic bypass. Standard failsafes. Excellent work. Yes, yes. Genophage cured. Krogan free. New beginning. For all of us.
Man. How fucking dare they, man? was a good soldier.
And this got me because he's not gonna come back from this. He dies here. I was so upset because I like Morden. And he gives us his classic line of, "It has to be me. Somebody else might get it wrong." So Morden successfully disperses the cure with genophage while self-sacrificing himself. And there it is. We've cured the genophage. We've cured 1,000 plus, maybe I forget how long. I think it's 1,000 plus years of something that has stopped the Krogan from repopulating. But at the cost of Morden, and it was really sad to be honest. I was like, no, Morden, he was such a good guy. And we do later. There's a scene in 2 that I didn't get, but Morden will sing. Later on in the game, I'll find like an audio log where it's him doing the song, and I'm like, oh yes, I didn't miss it. Upon successfully doing this mission, we do get the Krogans. They agree to help us, which then they go help the Turians, which then gets the Turians to help us in the war, gaining more assets for us. Afterwards, we do get a video call from the Solarian Council, not the Daltras, those are 2 separate people. That she needs to speak with us about a very urgent matter in regards to our counselor, Udina. Something's going on and we need to go to the Citadel to speak with her. We do a couple more side missions before deciding to go back to the Citadel, but as we do so, we can't communicate with the people who usually tell us, hey, where do you want to land? Do you need a shuttle somewhere? Communication is cut off. Turns out Cerberus is here. Cerberus has attacked the Citadel. They are here to kill the Council, from what I know. And that's not a good thing to happen. So we land up, take out some more Cerberus employees, find Bailey, he's hurt. We need to go find the Solarian Counselor. Find out where she should be. Her protector, her bodyguard type person is dead. We do see her, she is currently hiding in like invisibility mode. And then she comes back out of it, we find her, but there's a new assassin, there's a new character, a new Cerberus person here. Named Kai Lang, I believe it is. And he's an assassin, and he's trying to take her out. But Thane shows up. Thane, you should not be here. You are dying. Do not exert yourself more than you're supposed to. But Thane fights him. Thane beats him up a bit. He holds his own, but unfortunately, he gets stabbed through the chest. And he says he's fine. He's like, go help. Go get him. Go get this guy. So we do a nice little scene. We chase him a bit, and then we run into where the rest of the ambassador or the counselors are. Ashley's with them, Udina's with them, and the Turian and Sari counselor are with them. We find out earlier that Udina is a traitor. The Cerberus has paid him off to help them get there and successfully infiltrate and try to kill them. Thankfully, we spoke with Ashley a couple of times, plus we had enough Paragon and Renegade points to convince her, like, hey, Ashley, you can trust us. Please do not let him do what he's about to do. So we do kill Udina, thankfully, because he was an asshole and I never liked him. Even back in 1, he pissed me off all the way back in Mass Effect 1. But we kill him, we save the counselors, and we head back. Afterwards, we do get a cutscene between the Elusive Man and this new player, Kai Lang, discussing, hey, Udina's dead, but he's like, we speak with Udina, we speak with Commander Bailey again. He tells us we should probably go see Thane. So we do. Turns out the hospital doesn't have too much of Drell blood, let alone the matching blood type. Holiat's here, but it's not like you can give him all the blood he needs, plus his sickness is already killing him, making it harder for him to get oxygen. So we have a very touching moment between us, his son, and Thane.
Mistress of inscrutable depths, I ask forgiveness. Kalahira, whose waves wear down stone and sand.
Kalahira, wash the sins from this one and set him on the distant shore of the infinite spirit.
Goliath, you speak as the
here to join me. Kalihira. This one's heart is pure, but beset by wickedness and contention.
Guide this one to where the traveler never tires, the lover never leaves, the hungry never starve. Guide this one, Kalihira, and he will be a companion to you as he was to me. There's something I don't understand. His last moments were those of a hero. Why pray for salvation?
The prayer was not for him, Commander. He has already asked forgiveness for the lives he has taken. His wish was for you.
Goodbye, Thane. You won't be alone long.
This game is so... It really, like, fucking gets you, dude.
Where they read, like, their priest scriptures, asking for salvation. We speak with Koliet afterwards. We're like, he died a hero. Why was he asking for salvation? And he said it wasn't for him. He's made peace with what he's done. It was for you, Shepard. And, like, that... It wasn't necessarily Thane dying that got me. It was that even in his like dying breaths, you wanted to help Shepard in like getting salvation, so he's not like as damned or whatever. And that got me. I was like, oh, Thane, no, my boy Thane. We've had 2 deaths this game. We've had 2 deaths this stream. I was so upset. I was like, no more. This is just great storytelling that the game had. Like last game had it too, with Morden explaining his thoughts and beliefs behind doing the genophage, and not just like I said before, being like, oh, genophage is bad. The game could have very easily just been like, yeah, genophage is bad. We don't need to explain more. But Morden really went into it, and even with this, it's like I've barely known these characters. These characters, I like these characters, but I did not use them like in my gameplay. I hardly ever used Thane. I even used Morden less. I used Thane like in the final mission of the game, maybe one other mission. Morden, I don't think I ever used into, but it's just like the combination of the score that's playing and just how they set it up and write it up. It's like, it really tugs at your heartstrings, and it's like, how could you do this to me? We ended the stream after that. We only got 2 achievements today, but we are feeling very sad and depressed now. Thank you, Mass Effect 3. You asshole. Day 19. Day 19 was a very short day. All we really did was the Citadel DLC. Long story short, with that, there's a clone of Shepard that was made via Cerberus that got abandoned because they wanted the real Shepard. They didn't want a clone, they wanted the real one. He's pretty pissed off about that, so he tries to kill you, steal all your data, and essentially become you. But obviously we stop him, we fight him, and the game does give us access to a new area that we can explore. It's got an arcade, it's got a gambling area, it's got a training area which is tied to an achievement. So that was fun. And that's all we did today. This was a very short stream, I guess, or maybe the DLC just took me a while, but that is all we did on day 19 of this challenge. So we got 1 achievement today, and that was for the DLC doing. Day 20, second to last day before we finish this challenge. Thank you. Day 20 was a lot of DLC related things, plus some more side content. We load up, we go around checking the crewmates with their ships, seeing how everybody's doing, and then we load up to another side mission where we get to meet up with Tamara, evidently. Not an old, but a sorry monastery is currently under attack by, you guessed it, Reapers. Not Cerberus this time, just Reapers. we do get to meet two more of Samara's daughters, one of which is slowly, unfortunately, being turned into a new enemy type that we get to meet, the Banshees, which are just Asaris turned into Reaper-controlled enemies. Essentially, our mission here was to blow up this place because, or at least blow it up in order to kill the Reapers that are here. We do so, sadly, as the daughter who was slowly turning was able to fight it off long enough to set off the bomb as me, Samara, our two crewmates, and Samara's other daughter escaped. But due to the code of like their people, she can't leave. Like her daughter is not allowed to live unless she has a monastery there. And Samara does not want to kill her daughter, so she decides to almost kill herself. I was like, what are you doing? This was very sad because she doesn't want her, like, I was like, well, why? You would like, I felt bad because now she has lost $2. She didn't want to kill her third, so she's like, I'll just kill myself. So we stop her. We're good. The daughter who lived decided she'll stay there, and she'll rebuild once all of this is settled and everything is fine. Afterwards, we continue to do some more side content to make sure we're getting everything we can because we've come this far into the series to not lose. I don't want to be losing people that are outside of scripted events. RIP Morden and Thane. I'm not losing any more teammates due to stupid shit. So I'm making sure I'm doing everything possible to keep these guys alive. We finished off the day by doing the Leviathan DLC. We ended up continuing it. We started it a couple days ago, stream-wise, but essentially we're looking into a creature that can supposedly kill Reapers. So this leads us into an old mining facility where we find some more indoctrinated people, which is odd because we're starting to think maybe this is just a Reaper, like a rogue Reaper that's been hiding out in space, not joining the rest of them. But we eventually find our way to a deep sea mining base where we land there. We have to get into a mech to dive really deep down, and we find these creatures called the Leviathan. This is a very story-driven DLC mission where we find out that the Leviathan are from way back before the Prothean. They essentially created this thing called the Intelligence, which was supposed to help preserve life in the galaxy. But it got smart enough to realize everything is always happening because the organics make synthetics to make their life better, but then the synthetics kill the organics. So the Intelligence created the Reapers, which we know what they do. They kill off all the synthetics and the organics, but they keep their data and they evolve from that. That's why the Reapers look very much like the Leviathans. So we do eventually convince them to join us in our cause to stop the Reapers from doing what they're doing. I think I said end the stream today at that point, but I didn't. I did another side mission where we got to run into Jacob. He's helping ex-Cerberus scientists escape and hide away from Cerberus, as you would expect. Cerberus isn't too happy that their scientists are running away with all their secrets and stuff. So we go there, we help him out. He finds out he's dating one of these old people and these other scientists, which is cool. Good for you, Jacob. Good job. But we do successfully help him and the scientists escape from the facility that they're on, which is currently under attack by Cerberus. That is our two main enemies in this game. We've got Cerberus and we've got the Reapers. Guess what? I lied again. We didn't end after that. We did the other DLC, the last DLC of the game. We did the Omega DLC. We actually didn't finish it. I'll go more into... No, I won't. We didn't finish it today. I got really tired like halfway through the DLC, so I decided to call it quits. But essentially the Omega DLC is exactly what it sounds like. We're helping Arya take back Omega from Cerberus. We run into an old companion of Arya, and we meet some more enemies, we meet more Cerberus, and we eventually take back Omega for Arya, plus gaining more assets for the war and helping us out immensely. Now we end the stream for the day. Today we got 5 achievements. Okay, day 21, final day of this long journey. But we're finally here, we're finally at the end. It's finally time to finish what we started. This is the new longest stream that I've done. This stream was almost 15 hours. And I really felt it afterwards. We load up into the game on stream, finishing up the Omega DLC. We gain their support for the war. Okay. Afterwards, we do go back to the Citadel to do another achievement, which was tied to the Citadel DLC, where we go to the virtual battle arena, where we get to fight virtual enemies. Essentially, we need to defeat 3 waves of shepherds that all are different classes that you can pick in this game, with the last wave of it being 6 shepherds, all being the same, or being different types. Afterwards, we do go back and check with all the characters, make sure everybody's good, doing their side missions, all the good stuff. As at the end of the Citadel DLC, we're able to throw a party, and I wanted to make sure I was able to invite as many people as possible, so this could be a really fucking banger of a party. Afterwards, we decide to continue more of the story stuff, so we go to the farthest reaches of space to help out the Quarians try to take back their homeworld. They were doing this, and the Reapers are back again, obviously, controlling some more of the Geth, like they did back in Mass Effect 1. So we need to break into a dreadnought with Tali. We need to disable it so we can stop this space war that's going on around their planet. In doing so, we find out that they've been using Legion, our good pal Legion, as essentially as a giant communication ray, expanding their range of indoctrination to the We take him out, that stops it, but that's not the end of all this. They still have a home station on the Quarians' world, so we need to go there. Turns out the home station is just another Reaper. So we do a couple more side missions before we do this final mission to get some more allies for the Quarians, as well as to increase our chances for the final mission of the Quarians and the Geth. We get there, we do what we need to do, fire a giant orbital laser into a base, we destroy it. Turns out there is a Reaper in there. So now we have to kill this Reaper. But we don't have a thresher all this time. All we have is our orbital laser, like, pointer gun thing that shoots where we want the laser to go. It took me a couple tries because dodging the Reaper's laser got really frustrating because it was very inconsistent with the range and stuff like that. So eventually we beat it. We kill it. At that point, we get to one of the game's most demanding. I think one of the series' most demanding Paragon and Renegade checks. Afterwards, we decide we have to make the decision: do we, because they're done. The Geth are no longer being controlled by the Reapers. Do we allow Geth? Fuck, I can't speak. Legion wants to upload the code that he has in his head that will essentially give the Geth free will. Because as of right now, like we discussed in the last game, they are all one big collective mind. But what Legion wants to do is give them free will. But Tali is worried that if they do that, they are going to continue to kill the Quarians. So then we have to decide, do we want to also stop? We have two decisions. Let Legion upload this code, or let the Quarians continue to destroy the Geth, because the Geth aren't attacking them anymore right now. They've stopped attacking. But the Quarians don't care. They're doing their thing, still attacking and all that. And with this decision, if you don't have enough Paragon or Renegade points, one of these two factions is going to die. If you choose to allow Legion to upload the code to give the Geth free will, Tali just kind of assumes that the Quarians are gonna die. They're going to get wiped out by the Geth. So she goes and she will take her mask off and throw herself off the cliff that you guys are standing on. And if you choose Tali's side, the Quarians will continue to fire on these non-combatant Geth anymore, thus wiping them out of existence. But thankfully, we had enough Paragon and Renegade points to save both of them, and we were able to convince the Quarians to stop shooting, and we were allowing the Geth to get free will. But this doesn't come at no cost either. In order to successfully upload this code, Legion has to sacrifice himself. So again, we lose another former companion. And it's like, game, please stop doing this to me. But afterwards, we do complete this mission. We do get both the Geth and Quarians as assets to the war, and now Tally will join our team. She can come with us on missions. So now we have another OG member back with us. Afterwards, we do go do some more side stuff, looking for any more assets we can find, and we then decide to go continue doing more story stuff. So we go to the Asari homeworld, where we were told we might find something that could help us figure out what the catalyst is. We get there, and they're doing really bad. They are dying left and right. Eventually, we get to an old, like, kind of church-like area for the Asari, where they worship their goddess. We look at some old artifacts, and we find out that the statue of their goddess is a beacon. So who knows how long the Asari have been sitting on this information. This could have probably been prevented a little earlier, a little better, if the Asari were not hiding this information. Because obviously somebody knew that was there.
Who's that supposed to be?
You're gonna have to ignore that. I probably can cut that out, but somebody just follow me on page. But as we're getting ready to get this information, another VI shows up. It's a VI for Protheans that will tell us what the catalyst is. But before we can get the information, Kai Lang shows up. When me and Shepard both, we are not happy with this motherfucker because he killed Thane. He's the reason our good pal Thane is dead. So we fight him, and if this was not a scripted fight, I would have killed him here because he was very close to death. But he does get away, and this really puts a damper on Shepard's mood, as he should have known. He should have known something like this was gonna happen. But then we do what we can. We have to leave the Asari homeworld because they are getting overrun by Reapers. We do a couple more side content as the point of no return is quickly approaching for this game. But eventually we do throw that party. It's a very fun party. It's really cool to see all of the characters from previous games and current games all in one spot. What happens is during the Citadel DLC, Anderson gives us his apartment because he doesn't really need it right now. He's kind of on Earth. So we throw a party there. We get to have a nice little bunch of fun interactions between old characters and new characters interacting with each other. It's really fun. It's very wholesome to see everybody having one last big hurrah before going into this mission. After this point, we do start the point of no return mission. We are launching an attack on the server's headquarters because we need to get that VI to tell us what the catalyst is. And when doing so, we get the very romantic, very sexual cutscene between us and Liara that we've been waiting for since the beginning of the game, ever since she kind of like teased us with it in the beginning. So that happened. They confess their love for each other, and then they proceed to do the devil's deed. Afterwards, we do load up into the base to go kill Kai Lang, first of all, and then get the information of what the catalyst is and where it is and what we can find, where to find it. Upon making our way through the server space, we find ourselves in a very familiar space. It's where we often saw the elusive man with his view of the star and whatever in his screens, but we then get a quick little reverse play essentially. Usually we're there for Mass Effect 2, we'd be there in virtual form, and Elusive Man would be there in physical form, but now it was kind of swapped. We were physically there, and Elusive Man was there telling us, hey, I know what I'm looking for. You don't. Ha ha ha. And being an asshole. So he leaves, Kai Lang shows up. We get the information we need, but we need to take out Kai Lang first, which I will gladly do, because this asshole killed my friend.
That was for Thane, you son of a bitch.
We do that, we find out that the catalyst is the Citadel itself. Once again, the Citadel is a major plot point in stopping the Reapers. The first game, it was how they would get here through like a back door through the relays, and now it is the main thing that will stop this, that will power this device that we don't really know exactly what it does, but we know it'll stop the Reapers. So now we gotta leave and head our way to the Citadel. But joke's on us, the Reapers know this as well, so they took the entire Citadel and brought it to Earth, which means the final fight, back on Earth, baby. We land then on London, because that's where we need to go. That's where they brought the Citadel for some reason. London of all places. Bring our crew, Liara and Garrus, and we make our way, take out some enemies who crash, and take out some. Then we did this little rest type area where we're able to speak with our crewmates, as well as do a bunch of little virtual conversations with past crewmates and other people who aren't in this specific area at the time, which is nice. And we go do that. Well, after that, we are escorting trucks that have big ass missiles that are supposed to be taking out the Reaper that is guarding where the Citadel is, but they get blown up, so now we have to trigger these rockets to go off. But the first set of rockets do not work because it's too far away. So we need the Reaper to get closer. So that's number 3. We have another Reaper face to face with us, and we are successfully able to hit it with our first set of rockets and then get some more. Now, Shepard has taken out 4 in his lifetime Reapers, but that number is about to go away. So we take it out, we make one final push towards the teleporter that will take us to wherever the Citadel, inside the Citadel, because the Reapers have closed it, so it's not accessible to the Crucible. We make one final running strand, but as we're running, giant explosion happens, our teammates get knocked out. They can die here too. If you don't have enough assets, your teammates can die here. The people you bring with you. We have one final goodbye with Liara, telling her that we love her no matter what happens. We will always love her. Shepard continues on. We get one more giant explosion, crippling Shepard. He's got no armor, no weapons. He's got one pistol. He's slowly crawling his way towards the teleporter, and he makes it. Turns out Anderson has made it too, but the Citadel is not what we remember. It's been morphed. It's changed into something else, something the Reapers need. We continue down this path of corpses and corpses until we find Anderson at a console trying to work on it. We're speaking with him, and the Elusive Man is here, and he's gone through some major changes. As we saw during the Cerberus mission, he had some Reaper technology implanted into his head to try to adapt it to himself to be able to essentially indoctrinate like the Reapers do. And it turns out he was successful. He was able to control both Anderson and I, and stop us from doing what we were doing. Even make Shepard shoot Anderson, pretty much sentencing him to death. He doesn't die just yet. Me and Anderson are speaking to him. We're speaking to his human side, and we do have enough Paragon points. We're able to Paragon our way to make the Elusive Man, similar to what we did with Darren back in Mass Effect 1. He finishes himself off, and we're done. We open up the Crucible. We open up the Citadel so that the Crucible can dock. we sit down, we have one last talk with Anderson before he unfortunately passes. But nothing's happening. The Crucible is docked, but nothing's happening. So we crawl our way very slowly, very bloodily towards the console. We activate it and we start floating up. Upon floating up into this platform, we're met with a strange apparition of the child that we have been seeing in our nightmares this entire game, the one that we could not save back at the beginning of the game. We are now trying to figure out what's going on. He's claiming to be Catalyst. He's just some weird apparition of a child explaining all this to us. He explains to us what like the cycle is essentially. But due to doing the DLC mission, the Leviathan mission, you can assume that this is the intelligence that they made all the way back when that created the Reapers. So now he gives us our three choices of what we can do to stop this war. We can either destroy, which will destroy all synthetic life, and it will severely damage the mass relay system, but it will destroy the Reapers. There will be no more Reapers anywhere. And this will essentially blow up what we're on as well, the Crucible and the Citadel. This option is essentially what we've been aiming for the entire time, this entire trilogy, to destroy the Reapers. You can also do the control ending, where Shepard essentially puts his essence into the system, almost becoming like a god-like figure. He controls the Reapers. Nobody dies. Nobody else dies during this section. If you choose this ending, nobody else will die. No other characters will die. But Shepard doesn't live either. Shepard just essentially becomes like God, being able to control the Reapers. They'll stop the invasion, but Shepard's dead. And then we have the third option, synthesis, which will essentially create a organic synthetic like combination. This will also kill Shepard, and it will also stop the invasion, but it kind of just forces this change on everybody with no consent gained or denied. But it's also seems like a good ending. It seems like a good ending. All three of these will do what we need to do, stop the war, but in all doing so, Shepard essentially will die. Which is fine. That's what he's done. That's what he is. A soldier willing to give his life to end this war. We chose what I guess the community describes as the best ending, which is destroy. Destroys all the Reapers and synthetic life, and the mass relay system gets severely damaged. It unfortunately means even if we have them as allies, the Geth die. The Geth die here. The Geth die here. Edie dies here, I think. Because she's not technically synthetic. I would assume her body, like that body we have, dies, but she's still an AI system at her core, so I assume she would still be on the ship, on the Normandy. I assume. That's what makes sense to me, but we get this ending, and we have a nice big cutscene of Reapers all dying, everybody's surviving, and at the end of it, we see something great, which is the reason why we grabbed all those war assets. Shepard's alive. He somehow survives this ending. I don't really know how it works, but that's what they leave me with.
Disengage and head to the rendezvous point. I repeat, disengage and get the hell out of here.
It's time to go.
against all odds, and in the face of the greatest threat this galaxy has ever known, we survived. We suffered many losses. The relays are severely damaged, but we won. This victory belongs to each of us. Every man, woman, and child. Every civilization. On every world. Take our first steps toward restoring what we lost, we must remember what it took to win. This wasn't a victory by a single fleet, a single army, or even a single species. If this war has taught us anything, it is that we are at our strongest when we work together. And if we can put down our grievances long enough to stop something as powerful as the Reapers, imagine what we can achieve now that they are defeated. It will take time, but we can rebuild everything that was destroyed. Our homes, our worlds, our fleets and defenses, all of this and more. Together, we can build a future greater than any one of us could imagine. A future paid for by the sacrifices of those who fought and died alongside us. A future that many will never see. We still have many challenges ahead of us. We can face them together. And we will honor those who died to give us that future.
Yes, but some of the details have been... It all happened so very long ago.
When can I go to the stars?
One day, my sweet.
What will be there?
Anything you can imagine. Our galaxy has billions of stars. Each of those stars could have many worlds. Every world could be home to a different form of life. And every life is a special story of its own.
Tell me another story about the shepherd.
It's getting late, but okay. One more story.
Oh, but let me tell you, if you thought that was the end of this game, you are wrong. I have to load up into New Game Plus, go through the entire opening sequence, go through the entire fucking defense committee, the running on the rooftops, going to the Normandy to see that Ashley is dying, bringing her to the Citadel so that she can heal. Then we have to go to Mars and do the whole Mars mission so that I can just upgrade one weapon to level 10. That is the last achievement, the 127th achievement that I needed to 100% the Mass Effect Legendary Edition series. I have not done it. I've 100%ed it. This is my first, I guess, 3 games that I've ever 100%ed, and it was fun. I did have one achievement. Motherfucker, fuck you, making me have to go through New Game Plus just to get one achievement. I've got some closing thoughts. We're gonna start off with the negative and then go into the positive. This is mainly for this game. I don't have any overall thoughts of the entire series, but this is for this game. While playing the game, it was very enjoyable. I did have a fun time, but it did feel significantly less polished and finished than the last 2 games. Within my first couple hours and continuing on through the entire game, there were a lot of visual bugs, there were a lot of enemy bugs, and it's enjoyable to see at first, but when you're in the 3rd game in a series, it seems like that shouldn't be happening as much. I don't know if that's just from the Legendary Edition of this game, or if that was what it was like during the original launch, but it was weird to see, and again, it was funny at times, but it was like, this is the 3rd game, and I didn't have nearly as many bugs in the first 2 games, where it's like, I'll do my singularity and my push ability, and then sometimes the enemies will just be ragdolled on the floor. They're not dead, they just can't move, but they still have health. So, but once you shoot them, they re-enable their AI, I guess. It was weird. It was funny to see at first, but it got really annoying because you would just hear them going, they'd be making noises, but you can't find them. They're just dying somewhere. Also, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but this game felt, especially in the beginning of the game, compared to the last 2, it felt more like a movie than an actual video game, because there were a lot of just cutscenes that were back, especially in the beginning of the game, and even towards the end of the game. And I get that's for like storytelling, and it did its purpose. It served its purpose in making me fall more in love with this series, but it felt, again, it did feel very movie-like. And there is even an option in the settings where you can change, when you have dialogue options between like conversations, you can just change that up to not having to make any. The game will make it for you. And my last main gripe with this game, it's not like, again, not like crazy of an issue, but the side content in this game. It was very repetitive, very tedious, and very unorganized. Essentially, when you're on a planet where there's NPCs that are walking around like the Citadel, you can overhear conversations with people. You then get an objective. You need to go find an item and then bring it back to the person, which would then require you to then go into space, do the like I was telling you before, the anomalies where you have to scan a planet and you'll get something. And you can get it in vice versa as well. You can scan a planet, you'll then get the mission, then you just gotta find this person and find out where they are to give them their item. Which, like, again, it's not a problem. I guess to help you gain more assets for the end game. But the organization of it was really annoying, as it just started, your journal was set up into missions,
codex and then like another codex tab. You could have very easily probably combined the codex tabs and then added a thing for that, side missions, because your missions were just list of missions. And it was really annoying to like scroll through, and it was like obviously the main story missions take priority, and the ones that are like side missions say like where they're based on. But just having like 15 missions all lined up was really frustrating to like go through them. And it was even more frustrating where you'd get the mission, but you couldn't even go get the item yet. You'd have to progress further into the story to go to that planet to get said item. And vice versa, if you didn't do a certain mission a certain amount of time, if you didn't do it before a certain priority mission, you'd be locked out of that objective. That mission you'd lose it. You wouldn't be able to complete it anymore. Which, like, I get it, you want to do the side missions before you do priority missions, but it got frustrating to the point where I lost like maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 missions that I could have done just to get a little bit more assets. Like, in the end, I had enough assets to get the best ending, but still, I can see why that'd be frustrating. And now to the positives of this game. I said it many times during the video, and I said it many more times during the streams. The writing in this game felt really good. It made me feel super attached to these characters more than I did in the last 2 games. It has to do with like again, the writing and the ambiance and the settings and the soundtracks. It made me feel really upset when characters died or almost died. More so than the last 2 games did, which is crazy. Another thing was the ammo. While it was still existent, it felt a lot more lenient with ammo drops from enemies or just ammo crates around maps. It felt a lot more lenient. I didn't find myself really running out of ammo as much as I did in 2. And then we have the Metagel. The Metagel, they kind of reverted back to how it worked in Mass Effect 1, where you can use it to heal yourself, but you can also still use it to heal your teammates. And another thing with that is you were able to, in this game, you're able to revive them. You're able to, if they're down, you can go up to them, Fortnite style, pick them back up, and we're good. And not have to use Metagel, which was great. Also, the AI didn't feel as stupid in this game. They felt useful. They didn't feel brain dead. They stayed alive consistently more than they did in the last 2 games. And I didn't have to constantly be picking them. Overall, I had a great time playing the 3 games. I'm looking forward to playing more games. It took me about 110 hours to get all 3 games 100%ed. So I know what game I'm going to be doing next. The next couple of videos, we're going to have this video, obviously, and then I'm going to do a compilation, I guess. It's going to be of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3's videos all into one, so I can put that out so I can make sure I have enough time to record the next game as well as have some free time to play Wilds, because that comes out at the end of this week from when this is getting uploaded. But yeah. Overall, I give this game a 9 out of 10, and overall for the series, I give it an 8. I give it an 8 out of 10. Yeah, thank you guys for coming by. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Go check out the other ones. Check out the live streams over on YouTube or Twitch. Sometimes I do it on TikTok as well. But I look forward to seeing you towards the next 100% game I do. So, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did, like button, subscribe, share it, and stay awesome, everybody.
I was gonna be real upset.
I can go to sleep.